Welcome in, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series here for Marble Rivals. And first and foremost, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, Racquetz, and welcome back, everyone, after our holiday break. I hope you all had a great time to refresh, and it's great now to be back in action. And Racquet, how are you doing?
Yes, fantastic, mate. Good to see you once again. And yeah, of course, off the fresh little break there as well. So, players, everyone's had their time to kind of rejuvenate a little bit. So, see how, intense things can get quite quickly, or maybe folks been feeling a little bit rusty. I guess we'll find that out tonight.
That's right. We'll shave off the rust and we'll be all fired up. That's exactly what's going to go down. But speaking of what's going to go down, Racquet, let's get down to business with our sponsors. First and foremost, a big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. Big shout out to AGON by AOC. But next up, we know them. We love them. I'm hungry already. It's Indomie, the noodle partner. Made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. Big shout out to them, as always.
Yes, indeed. I actually did have that before coming on as well. So, big shout out to them. But makes me quite happy. It's like one of my favorite snack things to have as well, because especially to have them in the little cups too. So really satisfy anyone.
Absolutely. That's how you know we've got a man of good taste when you get into the Indomie. But let's take a look at how our teams are shaping up right now after our previous weeks. We've got Monash on top there. Definitely had a solid season so far, and they have not faltered in the slightest. But following close behind, it's UTS. Both teams are winning 4 matches. Definitely doing a great job so far, but close behind with a couple of game losses there. Third place tied up. It's UNSW and Macquarie all tied up in those score lines there. Same can be said of RMIT and UOM. 2 for 2 there, so definitely cutting it close. Not quite close enough, but tied in last place there in a 7th. It's QUT and Swinburne. Will tonight be their night to finally get their chance at redemption? Will they continue into a sour note? We'll find out exactly how that's going to play out once we see how tonight goes. I reckon we saw some pretty close games, last week. I think both teams had an opportunity. They just let it slip. But tonight could be their time, I believe. But, Racket, let's take a look at what games are going to be going down today.
Yes, those will be our games coming up tonight. So we'll have the privilege to see those ones coming through. And the very first game will be Swinburne versus UTS. So that will be the one upcoming for the next game there. If you can go through the rest of the games for me, Matsy.
Absolutely. We are going to be seeing all that good stuff all the way through. Obviously, as you said, we got Swinburne UTS topping it off. UNSW QUT 8 p.m. their second match of the night. Macquarie Monash going to be a tight one, I reckon. 9 p.m. today. Monash, the Goliath of the league at the moment, I suppose, and it's everyone's challenge to try and topple them over. But last game of the night, UOM taking on RMIT. Big test for Swinburne tonight in the first one to see if they can get their first win on the board, and in the second one for QUT as well to see if they can manage to find a way to break their streak as well. So definitely all eyes on all the teams tonight, but particularly keen to see if those two teams can prove themselves here. Because, I just want to see it happen. I like a little bit of an underdog story. So I'm hoping that tonight can be a good opportunity for them there. But we'll just have to wait and see what happens, I suppose. But Racket, how are you feeling about the state of the game at the moment?
Yes, quite fun. I mean, because we do have one thing changing from the previous weeks as well, is that, Emma Frost is available there. So that will add a spanner in the works to the gameplay, because obviously adding a new character does definitely shake things up if your play style does lend towards that particular character as well. I mean, we did hear a couple of players from the previous weeks do spoke about Emma Frost. Some with favoring opinions towards her, thinking that she could be quite strong, and some actually thinking that she won't be as necessary coming through as well. So obviously, when the new hero does come out, it does take a little bit to simmer with a few of these players trying to gauge their skill level. I mean, how long did it take for folks to kind of realize Wolverine's strength as well? A lot of folks thinking that it was the worst character on release, and then all of a sudden, people started to realize the identity, and then the win rates just massively spiked up. So, yeah, we've seen that kind of with the newer releases. See how that ends up shaping up for tonight's matches as well.
Yeah, let's take a look and see how that's going to shape up because, as we talked about earlier, Swinburne, UTS, the first one to go down here. It's going to be a big challenge for Swinburne as well. You know, they've got everything to prove here, trying to see if they can take their first win. But who's going to be repping them? Well, it's going to be Guide, Loopa Doopa, Kaya, John Clefine, Golemyo, and Tina. But UTS, who is blessing their roster today, is Kaibe, Dinosaur Pillow, Milk, Jason, Soon, and Fluent. We've seen them before. We are seeing them again, and they are very eager to get this battle down to business. But we'll see. Will Swinburne be able to take down a UTS here? Second place team at the moment. Definitely looking like one of the top ones in the competition today. And you're going to see if Swinburne can find their first win tonight, or will their streak continue? That's going to be the big challenge for them. But we'll see what they're going to be able to do here, Racquet. What do you think we might expect out of this first game?
Yeah, but I think, gathering from the standings as well, UTS definitely the favorite coming into this one. But, Swinburne will be very important for them in particular. I mean, it's very important, a few of these matches, right? Because I think we have like three distinct kind of like phases within the leaderboard right now. And sort of you do have like that top two kind of like secured for the time being in terms of the standings. And you have like a little bit of a battle in the middle. And then you have like a little bit of a section at the bottom with a couple of teams down there without the wins too. So it's all about kind of finding the rhythm for the time being. And if there is a time to sort of get yourself out of the ditch right now at the bottom of the leaderboard, it is when a new hero is available. It is when things start to get a little bit more difficult as well. So if you really want to have sort of a little bit more of a different identity or a little bit more of a different style, you want to cheese through to get some wins on the board as well. It's very good to do that when something changes significantly. So let's see how that does end up coming through. Obviously, preparation is going to be quite vital coming into these matches as well, considering that too. So I think, yeah, for both of these teams, it is quite important coming into this match.
Absolutely. And we are going to be seeing the first map going to be Viren T'Challa. Definitely eager to see how that one goes down here. We've seen our players have a great time on it so far, and I reckon they're going to be able to bring that greatness straight in through once again. But we'll see what they are going to like. Hello, mate. What I like to see. Bracket. We are in to the band.
Yes, I love the pick and band phase coming through. And Human Torch, it has been something that has been gaining popularity as of recent as well, after getting those select few changes through coming into the patch. Hela, and out immediately, we have seen a very high play rate for her coming through to these games too. Saved Captain America and Loki. So both picks that kind of can provide sort of foundational pillars for their respective compositions. So really trying to work around those picks.
Yeah, really trying to work around those picks there. See if they can manage to capitalize on their potential. See if they can manage to really get something else around the mix. But we do have more bands coming through there. Mantis going bye-bye. So we'll see Visible Woman go bye-bye as well. So Tina not going to be able to take that one away. Next lock-ins, though, going to be coming through.
A lot of supports. Tends to be a pretty big priority with a lot of these teams coming into these matches, trying to really sort of sever the support pool to make sure that some of these players can be a little bit less comfortable coming into it. Luna Snow is saved though, however, so that of course is going to be a staple for a lot of these supports. Very, very popular indeed. Play rate is extremely high. Of course, the other high play rate support in that being banned too. But speaking of a very powerful support at the moment, Rocket Raccoon has certainly rised up in the ranks himself in terms of the power level and will be secured there. So Amor looking to be the next ban coming in, trying to really get rid of the counter dive. And speaking of dive, a component of dive would be Psylocke, and she is going to be banned out herself.
Alrighty, picks coming through right now, and as you mentioned, their Racket looks like the Frost is coming out. We'd love to see a bit of Frost here, and keen to see how that one goes down for our teams here tonight. And keen to see, I suppose, how the rest of the matchup comes through as well. Luna Snow, double lock in, Loki, all over the shop here, and we'll see what else they are going to be able to bring through here. Teams prep themselves for action now. I'm curious how that Iron Fist is going to go for Swinburne here, Racket, whether it's going to be able to deal with the power that's going to come from UTS.
Yeah, I mean, Iron Fist has been a pick that a couple of players throughout the tournament have shown sort of a proficiency towards it. So it is one of those heroes that, you know, can be targeted if the correct composition is up against it, and does require a fair degree of, you know, position and decision making in order to really utilize its cooldowns there. Not without risk, of course, the Iron Fist. Spider-Man, of course, is a character we have been seeing a lot more recently in the hot topic spotlight for nerfs incoming potentially. Let's see how Spider-Man could perhaps help launch this fight initially, and be very pivotal in getting those supports down at the beginning of these fights for picks.
Absolutely, the mobility playing a big effect there, and already soon going to be deep into it. Pick goes down, Jason is out of there. Looper Dooper bouncing around it now. Doesn't find the health pad, but they don't need it. Teammate, be all good there. Kaibe now being swung out as well. Jonquilafine going to go deep in there. And good to, you know, hold on to that momentum on the cap there. I really need to keep that pressure on point, and they're doing a great job so far.
Yeah, for sure. And let's see how long they can maintain it for. Perhaps looking to have a little bit more aggression, see if they can get anything more out of it. Ultimate economy looking not too shabby as well. I think the support ultimates, especially up against the UTS squad, are going to be very pivotal, considering kind of the DPS ultimates that could potentially go up against it as well. Trying to get some picks on the side here. Iron Fist is good at sort of segregating Spider-Man and going in for this 1v1, especially if cooldowns are missed as well, so it can be a good character to try and stick onto that anti-dive.
And we assemble into the fray here. Jonquilafine does get slowed for a second there. To hold on as well. Just have the ultimate available if they need it. Result came out as well there, but we'll see. They are going to be able to achieve here. Good to push out that Luna ult, keep their team up a bit longer, build up a bit of percentage here. Swinburne definitely giving it their all here.
Yeah, for sure. And the Emma Frost ultimate coming in afterwards as well. That is a new dynamic to take into consideration as well. The suppress and really ruin the tempo of fights once they engage has been inducted. So nice job there. Trying to push forward now, try and find anything else. Have the Iron Fist in the back line with the ultimate. Proking has decided to peel back though, however, to try and help the team now going a little bit forward, making sure that the healers can obtain the line inside as well, so they're all safe and they have survived for the time being.
That's the boost I needed.
Here we go. We're jumping into it again soon. Getting bounced around like a pinball there. Forced to fall off to the wall, but we'll be able to stall it out a bit longer. OT timer coming up now. UTS pressures on to try and deliver a result here. Jason, good attack there. Does force the Luna ult, so they're going to be able to stagger out the fight a bit longer, but Looper Dooper Spider-Man action now. Who will be the one to save the city? That's going to be the big question. Got the ult available as well. Taking a lot of damage though. And Jason delivers.
Definitely does deliver. If there's a time to come back, it is definitely right now. 99% in the favor. And right now the counter-attack does end up coming out through from UTS there. So nice job. They finally have found themselves back onto the point, or on the point for the first time here in their favor here. So now they're going to be retreating for the time being, trying to get a little bit of damage, perhaps some staggers. That's really a good way to get some more percentage on board as well, especially getting these fights nice and early so that they can give themselves as many opportunities as possible. But that's a nice grab, nearly getting the pick there with the Ember Frost. That's something you really need to be careful of, all those picks before the fight.
Absolutely, need to be careful, need to try and keep yourself composed, ready for battle. But speaking of battle, Jason jumping in again and trying to take the... Oh, I like how they're delaying there. They're just waiting them out, toying with them a little bit. But they are going to be holding on a bit longer. Blooper Dooper down to Kaibe now. UTS blessing the scoreboard, swinging that momentum. And Dinosaur Pillow relentless in their attacks here, but they must fall back, get a bit of HP, otherwise they get a little too close there. But my gosh, UTS doing a great job of building up their own zone now.
And there we go. The counter dive did come through in the back line though. Emma Frost tried to help out at the front. She did use the ultimate just before as well. Luna Frost has decided to use her to try and get into the fight, into the fray, to make sure that all the troops are safe coming into it as well. They do have Loki if need be. They want to extend that period up against the potential DPS also might come their way here.
Here we go. Guide goes down. Fire trying to hold on to it. Does manage to get the damage through there. UTS taking down Golem as well. Donklafine trying to keep themselves thriving here, but must have fall back. Percentage almost at the end here. They need to contest, but they won't. Swinburne not able to deliver. UTS take control of the first point there, and a complete reversal. And now we move on to the Stellar Spaceport. Will Swinburne be able to bring some momentum back now, or will UTS just continue to deliver power here?
It's a good question. I mean, both teams running similar enough compositions, obviously a little bit of a different flavor with the tank incoming there, but still, it was a very valiant attempt from Swinburne to come through for that match, but it was just a little bit unlucky there towards the end. UTS too consistent, and I guess the really impressive part about that was their sort of ability to just not let go after they did capture it. So that sort of begs the question, if UTS do manage to snag this first fight, will they just hold on to the point again and just sort of go for it at that point? Because their ability to snowball is extremely strong. But in saying that, the initial fight is a little bit different, of course, for the second one, because of course you do have to take into considerations the ultimates that are going to be invested, because you are not coming in purely fresh for this one here. But ultimate economy is reasonably even for both of these squads, so let's see who decides to engage here first. And the Spider-Man, that's a very good way to kick things off.
Absolutely, diving straight into it, bringing out the punches and ready to rumble here. Donklafine are going down, and they're looking to take down more. UTS mopping up the floor right now, but there's still more to do. But at least now they're going to be on top of things, building up the ults as well. The Lunar Snow ult is right around the corner for them. But speaking of ult, Swinburne got ults too. Spider-Man just jumping straight into it. Blooper Dooper doesn't care. They might try to steal it back if they're not too careful. But contest comes out. Okay, there it is. They get the percentage.
Yeah, that was good for them to snag that underneath the nose there, but now the Lunar ultimate does come through as well to try and secure it even further, because the battle still is going, despite obviously the capture actually came back in favor of Swinburne there as well. So both teams have a little bit of a taste of the point. Percentages are very, very similar, and the DPS ultimates are being used here. Of course, you still have to worry about the Luna. The big circle negates so much of that damage for the duration. Outlast that as well. Here we go, the suppress. That will help a lot here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to help there. Looks like we're assembling again. Jumping into it, Fluent. Jumping in, looking for something to target. Yeah, it's Venom this time. In the meantime, a bit more pushing through as well. Soon. Trying to dive into the back there. Take down Spider-Man so low. Are they going to be able to get away though? Oh, barely, but they do deliver. And they get John Clefine as well. They're going to feel their venom, it would seem, and they are shutting them down.
Yep, continuing to push through as well. Venom is so difficult to get a hold of to try and peel back. A lot of mobility and over health to worry about. Now that's a potential pick from Spider-Man. Very, very slippery. Does manage to find the health back on the side there. Great job at utilizing the cooldowns to make sure that they can survive for the extra fight, because they're going to need all the members on deck if they are going to try and win this one. Of course, you do have Winter Soldier on the point, getting the hook. Does end up being slapped back though, however, by Emma Frost. Think about crowd control. Fair amount of damage, but still there are many troops left to be secured here.
There's still much more to be secured, much more to be designed here. And Golem will go down there. Looking for more as well. Kind of saw Pillow ready to bring out the Armed and Dangerous. See if they are going to be able to lock it in. Waiting out here. Enemies a little bit here. Luka Duper does manage to take someone down with the Spider-Man ult for a sec though, so that's going to be at least something to make an impact, but still more ready to deliver a bit of more damage here.
If any of these folks can get the finishing blow though, that did end up getting cancelled there, so nice job on the target prioritization. Now trying to get in amongst the chaos here. The Spider-Man will be very pivotal, catching the supports off guard, swinging around and surviving, but as far as the point goes, still lighting up blue here. 1v1 on the side, iconic if you will, but another member will join the fray. And the Iron Fist will even the odds here. Maybe perhaps looking for a pick. Ultimate is available in a very funky spot. Does end up being a little bit aggressive to try and negate the incoming engage, and is playing Peel to make sure that their support survive here.
Yeah, they really need to make sure that they have to keep them up as long as possible. Captain America ult going to come out to deal a bit of impact as well here. We'll see if they are going to be able to find something more out of it. Good kills coming out from UTS right now. They do manage to find a few out of the mix. We'll see if they can get more, and they will. UTS bless the scoreboard, building up those last bits of percentage here. Pressure's on Swinburne to try and contest, but they might not even get there. OT timer's up. They've got a chance here. Oh, it's a tough one, Racquetz.
Close. Yeah, and that's the strange portal as well. So if there is a way to come back, that would certainly be a useful way of doing it. So that has been invested to get back onto the point a little bit quicker, but still, chaos does ensue on the point. That might be the difference maker, but it may not at the same time, as there still are being folks that are tracking that portal down and making sure that there are no more troops coming from the other side. There is not more of the enemies coming through, and nice, good job marking that to make sure that they decline that zone. And well done at the end of the day. I mean, that was incredibly close given, and UTS just proved to be too good when it came in the moment of clutch, and they secured the deal there in impressive fashion.
Absolutely, they really delivered. You know, I was impressed how they managed to reverse it all the way back, especially even from that first point there. They did a great job, and I'm really impressed with how the series is going so far, but in the same token, I'm pretty impressed with what we've seen from Swinburne. You know, they kept it pretty close all through the series there. Like, I thought it might be a bit more one-sided, but I feel like we're seeing a new Swinburne activated today, and I think that they just need to keep up the same kind of pacing. Like, if they can even take it up another notch, then they might be able to take a map here. You know, I feel like they're feeling confident, they're fired up, and this is exactly the kind of Swinburne we need to see.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, they were very competitive throughout majority of the game. It just came back to those final moments attempting to secure that win. It felt like they crumbled a little bit. So maybe not used to that environment when they're so close to tasting that win at the end of the day, that they just sort of didn't compose themselves in the end. But if they manage to find kind of that rhythm, if they consistently maintain that performance throughout the whole game rather than, I guess, that little bit of the end faltering a little bit there, then we could very well see a prime competitor in that avenue as well. So definitely showcasing the potential, obviously also showcasing Emma Frost in the team composition as well. So factoring that in, that they are throwing something new into the books as well. Let's see if they do go for a similar type of style coming into the next map as well. Obviously, we have seen wavering results in terms of folks coming into the control versus the next map coming through as well. So see how that can transition as well, because sometimes the team comps, I mean, from what we've sort of spoken about in previous weeks, especially the last week, we tended to see a little bit more aggressive style comps come through as well. So interested to see how the Emma Frost does play into that, see how it can be, countered through as well with the crowd control that she does possess. But yeah, excited to see the dynamic so far, because that first match, despite being the 2-0, went to the 99 twice. So very competitive indeed.
Absolutely, and playing into that some more, Racket, like it's definitely going to change the dynamic of the pick ban phase as well. With obviously more capabilities coming out, and more like ways to team up and play around your team with new characters into the mix. There, it really does change the landscape of the game, especially as more characters start to come into the roster as well. There's always going to be more to think about. It's like maybe some random obscure character, like say, you know something like you're a Namor or like something else. Just stab in the woods there. But, some characters which you might not see so often will start to really come out of the woodwork with some of these new characters coming in, because, they might have further capabilities which can be realized with these new characters, able to really bring out new avenues there. So definitely eager to see what more is, I guess, possible. And, it plays into what you said at the beginning of the broadcast as well, where initially players weren't so aware of Wolverine's true potential, where everyone thought Wolverine was just absolute rubbish in the beginning, myself included. And then we were all proven wrong quite quickly.
Yeah, it's very true. It's very true. And that dynamic kind of is really cool coming into it as well. Of course, when those new characters are coming up, because yeah, as you said, really does change the pick and ban phase dynamic. So be keen to see how, the results of the first map, of course, impact the pick and ban phase as well. See what characters truly the players thought that, okay, this needs to be banned out. We won't have to worry about it anymore. According to a few of the players that were speaking from the previous weeks as well, obviously some of them do play each other matches, obviously practicing against each other in that avenue. And also they do have the series itself to say, okay, this person's popping off on Venom right now. This person's popping off on Spider-Man. Do we sort of sacrifice the initial game plan that we're going into the match to say that, hey, this person's too much of a problem, we need to kind of, alter things a little bit? Or do we stick to the plan A? So see how these folks end up going. Usually people do adapt throughout the series, because you can have these kind of folks that are just feeling too red hot on a particular character. Like, okay, we don't want to deal with this. Let's try and push forward. Let's try and force them to do something else. So we'll see how these players react to the incoming game for the next one.
Yeah, I'm curious what is going to really change and how the teams adapt heading into Yggdrasil as a map 2 here. Definitely excited for what's to come out of that one. And, I'd love to see a bit of the terrain demolition there. And I'm sure that we're going to see that showcased in parts of this map coming up as well. But we'll see exactly what is going to be in store for us very, very soon here. But speaking of in store for us, think that we could see maybe a Wolverine on the horizon at least one point tonight, Racket. Maybe they'll give you a little bit of a blessing there.
Hopefully, I'm hoping so. Wolverine's an extremely fun character, and yeah, I was really happy when they announced the Battle Pass like ultimate skin at the end there for the previous season, because that's just like such a awesome skin and the theme there. So yeah, I was ecstatic when I first initially saw that. But the good thing is with the Rivals team, they are very quick with their content. So if you maybe missed out on a previous season, if you're looking for something across the horizon, their team's pretty quick at releasing this type of costumes and skins and stuff like that. So if you do have a character that you main, most likely there will be something for you. I mean, I really like the Hulk skins that have been coming out as well. Some nice quality. that the Hulk can kind of makes me feel happy, considering the amount of options that are coming through, which is deadly in a way because you have so many options, and you're like, okay, so what do I equip this game? What do I vibe with, kind of thing. But yeah, there's no shortage of content in that particular avenue for any of these skins and content in general. But yeah, well, I was gonna say, Matty. So let's throw a miscellaneous question into the mix. So I believe, has it been confirmed that Ultron's going to be like the next character? Is that like officially confirmed?
I'm not sure if it's officially confirmed as yet. I think
Okay.
it might be, but definitely
'Cause I was
excited for what it could be if it is confirmed.
Mm.
I suppose branching off characters again, and considering how quickly they are releasing content in that sense, do you think that like Marvel Rivals might fall into a similar pathway to say certain other MOBA games?
Yeah, quite possibly. In that sort of, I think when you introduce a lot of characters, it is good and bad at the same time. In that, if you're fresh, like let's say wanting to get into Marvel Rivals in let's say 2028, then it's going to be way more difficult because you have a large amount of heroes to worry about because of the extensive like amount that by that date there'll be so many in the game, right? So if you're a newbie coming into it, it'd be a little bit difficult. But I think if you're a developer at that kind of stage, especially giving a very good tutorial system, implementing ways to kind of communicate what your characters do, and really simplify it for the audience. It's difficult because the games can get quite visually noisy when you have so many abilities being used at the same time as well. But Marvel is such a massive IP, but that I think kind of the vibe that the developers are going for, anyways, is kind of having the competitive element, but a lot of fun mixed in with, as well, kind of thing. And that kind of plays into their release schedule. They're prioritizing kind of like the content aspect of that too, which is cool as well. It's refreshing because I think the downfall of a lot of games when they try to really bring in audiences is the content over time. So especially when it's a free to play title, that's definitely going to be one of the more important aspects coming into it, especially, with a lot of these roles playing such an important part of the game. I think especially if we were to supposedly to get an Ultron release next, being a healer in the game, I'm pretty sure in terms of roles that would have the most impact of like just releasing one, it'd probably be the healer role in terms of how much they kind of warp the game to their kind of styles. So I think whenever a healer does come into the mix, it does have much more of a shot of kind of changing the metagame and how that potentially does interact. I think until we get some sort of heal character that maybe has like an anti-heal kind of ability that could perhaps have like a massive implication on the game itself. We already do have a silence, obviously, with Emma Frost kind of supplying a piece of utility that hasn't been introduced into the game as well. So it kind of does implement these cool elements over time. But I'd be hard pressed if I was a developer, because if you're releasing on a monthly basis, and that's a lot of ideas to have on deck, just month after month after month. Obviously, they have a massive roster to go through for Marvel, but that is a lot of abilities and a lot of creative things to get through. But hey, speaking of creative things, pick and ban phase. Let's see how the players get creative with what they decide to pick and ban.
That's right. Let's see how deep their creativity is going to be flexed here. As the first ban will come out, it is going to be a target ban on Kaya there. Got to take it down at the Human Torch, but never fear. They have more to think about. Speaking of thinking about, though, Psylocke are going to be locked out immediately, and we will be seeing the Invisible Woman picked up as the first pick there. So looking to keep that one on board, but speaking of on board, Hella's on board, so with that one not being banned out, it does now open the opportunity for Hella to be picked out, and Dinosaur Pillow already hovering that one. Speaking of hovering, Cap's banned now. We saw a lot of potential in that last game from the Cap. John Clefine in particular doing a great job trying to keep their team up on Cap, but there's no Cap anymore. Gonna have to adapt.
That's true. That's true. I mean, Cap was picked for both of the squads coming through as well. I think maybe trying to change the play style given. Obviously, now that the Hela has been saved as well, that can kind of changed the whole flow of the composition, maybe wanted to go a little bit more defensive, more the hovering so far. That does look to be the case with the Magneto being hovered there too. So really trying to change their whole dynamic, and saying that Emma Frost has been saved. So willing to go through that same play style themselves for this one. We will get to see new hero once again in action. So all thumbs up there in terms of an entertainment prospect, and see who is saved here for UTS for the second time. Loki have been hedging towards that. Of course, Loki incredibly flexible and is really a staple for the support meta. But now, last bans for both of these teams.
That's right. Last band's going to be coming through now. Let's see what they could be. Seconds remain. Pick something or pick nothing. Oh, it's Groot. They are going to be able to pick that one out now. Last ban is Venom. Venom was a big one last match as well. So now they're locking it all down, changing up the dynamic. See on the top side, Swinburne picking out the Magneto there, and the Thing do have a pretty similar composition outside of that, but otherwise everyone adapting around it. You can see Namor coming out on the bottom there, has been switched potentially to the Star-Lord. Got the Lunar Snow as well they can play off of. Sky going to be looking at the Winter Soldier there as well, so all different kinds of compositions coming out of this one. But speaking of coming out, we are going to be coming out the gates into the game in a second here. Both teams are looking to get ready for battle now, ready to rattle some feathers and see who will be our victor.
See how it ends up working out there, Matsy. Both of these teams keen to get into the action. I think one cool element of the draft, I guess, that is something we haven't really talked about as well, is that saving actually does implement kind of a strategical sort of way for the opposite team to kind of say, hey, this particular squad is obviously saving, let's say, Magneto kind of thing. They might be obviously running a Magneto comp. So all of a sudden you can kind of start to theorize as to what that does look like in your head as well. So
yeah, you can really start to think about it, can't you? But we'll see what that's going to eventuate into there. Definitely curious as to how things go down here. But speaking of going down, we'll hopefully be going down into the game in a sec. Obviously, we've got a pause through here. Just hopefully should be all good in a moment. But gives us more time, Racket, to,
yes.
dive into the think tank a little more here and I suppose ponder what could be out of this matchup. And if there's a place that the players can really shine, I think it is going to be on a map like this one. I'm really liking the push potential to come out. I think that Swinburne, they've got a wild card up their sleeve. If Gambit was in the game, they'd be playing Gambit.
Yep.
But maybe they could bring out something fun like the Nightcrawler as well. Who knows? Just characters I want in the game. We love them. But we'll see. We'll see what's going to be cooking up, eh, Racket?
Yes, true. Hopefully Gambit. Gambit is a character that I feel like gets kind of left in the dust with Marvel.
Yeah. Come out of the sun or get left in the dark. But it's good that all the characters, I suppose, get their time to shine heading into these or into a game like Marvel Rivals, because some of the characters that aren't quite or don't get as much recognition in, say, the cinematic universe are shining really well, especially into the game like this. But we'll see who else is going to be coming out of the mix here. Definitely curious to see when and if I suppose Blade will get into the mix. Definitely love a bit of Blade. I think that's a great one. Could see there. Who knows, man? Maybe they'll get Wesley Snipes to voice Blade in the game, just like in the original movie. A man can dream. But no, definitely eager to see What else is going to be on the horizon here? What else is going to be breaking out? Just like these players trying to break out of spawn. They're a little bit too keen, but their time will come. Their time will come. Oh, there we go. Spoke right of it. It's time now. And let's get right into business here. Get down into the game. It is time for the attack. And here we go. Be holding down the fort for a second here. Colomio put on the heels in the back line there, just making sure to keep their teammates up, primed and ready. Right. Targeting as well, just really trying to hold them down here, but UTS, they're doing a great job of just pushing up the pressure despite having the fight taken to them. UTS have managed to already push it past halfway to that first checkpoint.
Yeah, quite a quick one there indeed. See how it ends up working, especially across this fight next to the payload. Star-Lord being extremely aggressive, being facilitated by the front line there, but still obviously has this long range to answer for. Bucky, very deadly character to worry about. If you are diving through, does have a lot of defensive utility to try and sway that off. So now the squad will be trying to a little bit of harass there. Trading for the time being, does have a couple of ultimates left in the bank as well as does UTS here. So see who does go for the engage here. There we go, Loki, the first one to use it.
First one to use it there, trying to see if they can manage to gain a bit of headway with for their team here. Yeah, able to find too much. Luna's ult comes out as well. You have the opportunity for the ult from Dinosaur Pillow, but Kaibe going to be able to slam dunk there. Dinosaur Pillow goes down, so we're not going to be seeing a Hela ult as yet. UTS still holding on to it. It's time to go legendary though. Side goes down. Jason holding it down, sliding through them. Look at that. That is one way to deliver. And UTS are doing just that. They're going to be able to push it over the line there. That was a great ult. Love to see the Galactic come through there from Star-Lord. And that's going to allow them to push it past the first.
Yep. That was definitely a deal breaker for that incoming fight. Nice job there. Now trying to snowball this. Coming onto the corner here, right around the side. Making sure to really lead the charge both for their tanks, Magneto and Emma Frost. Very durable, both for what they want to achieve. Try and really contest this corner around. A lot of damage coming through there, however, the supports will have to help out. Star-Lord has been eliminated, so that of course is another less person to deal with. In the back line, Spider-Man does proc the ultimate. Luna Snow does save the day themselves.
Now going to be able to save the day. See just how often they are going to be able to call that card though. Yeah, Magneto, it's that time again. Bang! They won't be able to take it down though. Close one. Not this time. Speaking of this time though, UTS this time prime themselves up. Knocked down a few players already, almost halfway through towards the next checkpoint here. Really wreaking havoc all over this one. You can tell UTS, they seem to have found the pattern, found the maneuver. And they are finding a lot of room around this. Poor Blooper Duper, shut straight down by the Hela there. So letting that one through has certainly cost them.
Yeah, for sure. Hela going to be very deadly here, pivotal to the team composition as well, facilitating this front line so much. And we've seen what the Hela ultimate has done in previous weeks as well, how good it is for anti-dive, how good it is to be proactive, how good it is to shut down a point. Speaking of things that are very good to shut down a point, you have Star-Lord being so aggressive at the front here as well, really pressuring the choke point. Loki getting a double for themselves. Asgard is lighting up the kill feed for the time being, with Hela accompanying them too. Now pushing forward. Does have the shield as well to really be safe behind this push. Trying to make sure all the folks are safe, but there's a little bit of a response there. The members are altering down there because of the over-aggression, but they're not too far from spawn.
Yeah, not too far from spawn, so they can manage to get themselves straight back into the fray as quick as lightning here. We'll see Which way things are going to go, though. Magneto, ready,
Oh.
bang! Gets a double down. That's the way to do it. Ibe ripping apart the front line here. Just look at that laser focus, trying to take down that Loki, and they get it done. Joglafine is down as well. That's some staggered deaths, Racket. They are making this theirs.
They certainly are. It was all launched by that initial Magneto ult coming through. Very clutch, not easy to get a multi-kill with that ultimate, especially when a lot of the folks are aware of it. They really found a great angle there on the side. Shields are up though, however. Another support ultimate will follow on the backline. Spider-Man will be waiting in the wings to make sure that afterwards, after the circle has been diminished, that another ultimate will come through afterwards.
Come through after, and they are going to be able to bring themselves through. BkWhatOCE comes out as well, really trying to bring out whatever they can here to try and delay them. But Joglafine now going to be shut down as well. See, they are going to be able to find anything else here. 3.34 meters is all they're going to need at this point. Going to be a tough one, but we'll see if they are going to be able to deliver. Shots coming out one after the other here. Still holding on to that point, still contesting valiantly, but they have to do so much more. Swinburne, for now, they have pushed them back.
They have for the time being, and it is a pretty good spot here for Swinburne as well, considering the location of the spawns. This is the most difficult part to secure. You're on the offensive side here. You don't get a massive clean team wipe, then the AEST will continue scurrying and they will contest their Queen's Nest in the case of the payload there in the middle. So you have the Spider-Man in the back line nearly getting the pick. Does get killed afterwards though. Nice response there. A lot of burst to deal with. Did have the ultimate if need be, but the damage was there to take them out. Now there will be a push forward. Wasn't the cleanest of wipes, but it's enough for the payload to get some traction.
They're going to be getting a lot of traction here and looking to take action. Legendary. Son tries to be, but they will be forced out. Usage of the abilities there. Kaibe, though, does have the opportunity to slam dunk on it, but are they going to be able to find it? They're ready, but they get walled off. Hit the post. And they will not be happy with that. That is just miserable, isn't it?
Yeah, not quite the same as the previous one. Can't hit him every single time, especially with this chaotic fight brewing as well. It's so hard to focus, and something to focus is that Eye of Agamotto, which I believe did end up getting cancelled. The full animation didn't go through that, and that is certainly an ultimate to cancel. Extremely powerful, always is very good at securing these fights. And Magneto now using the ultimate there. Did get a little bit of damage, but not a clean kill, but will be enough for the time being. Trying to now chase down the rest of the squad onto the payload here. The suppress does come through as well to negate the incoming abilities. Really trying to seal the deal.
Yeah, really trying to seal the deal and really trying to see if they can steal their way through. Shots come out. Kaya is down. They let the fire through and they will push on and take it to the finish line. 3 points taken by UTS, and now it's time for the switch. Are we going to see similar momentum from Swinburne on their own attack here, or will we see UTS build the Iron Fortress?
Well, hey, if it's anything like the previous match, we could be in to go to the end here. So, you know, UTS did make it there in the end. It was a very close game there. Definitely could have gone either way in terms of that interaction between both sides. Let's see how this dynamic ends up changing, shaping up in terms of the compositional changes. Looks like we could perhaps be seeing the Hulk and the Namor team up coming through. Quite powerful, a bit more of a different dynamic. We did end up seeing some of this team up the previous week, and sometimes it was banned out as well, so definitely something to take into consideration for these matches upcoming tonight as well. We do have a few talented Hulk players in the pool of our universities here too, so definitely keep an eye out for that. Definitely a high skill ceiling tank to really take into consideration, especially when you're trying to have that team up there, which definitely does boost the strength. So, yep, see how both of these squads end up going. And now the doors are open.
Doors are open, and Soon is ready to slam them shut. Will they be able to push their way through? Jason already finding the opener. Blooper Dooper's down straight into the invulnerability bubble as well. Just looking to lock it down. Dinosaur Billow, a bit of trouble there. They will be gonna hold on now, but kills come through. UTS, nice couple there. Dinosaur Pillow still holding from above, but I like the pressure coming out from these Hulks today. Certainly keeping their job in mind and doing it so well. Speaking of Dinosaur Pillow, nice tracking there. Does manage to hunt down a few key targets. Might even be able to switch on for a few more.
Definitely going to be a pivotal part of this comp, especially right around this corner. The sight lines are a little bit long to deal with up against a long-range hit scan character such as the Hela, so just trying to get through cleanly across this corner of the map without taking too much damage incoming. Now the Hulk will be sent to try and pivot the Hela away. That's going to be really a key element, but she does so well to peel for herself. Team assisting in that endeavor as well. That's going to be something to really take into consideration when trying to dismount her from that lodge. Having someone else be up there as well, having the supports be in on it, because otherwise she has so much damage to really burst you down and conduct her anti-dive abilities, especially with a crack throw incoming as well. And she does have her ultimate, so this basically means that she is going to be undivable for the foreseeable future until she does really proc that ultimate, since she does kind of gain a second life in it as well. So see how that ends up panning out. See the strategy coming to be of here for trying to make sure that she's pressured out.
They're going to be trying to pressure them out and see if they are going to be able to find some way to alleviate some of that pressure as well. Dooper ready to push in. Golem does have the ult there, looking to activate. Maybe more on its way as well. We'll see. They can bring Kaibe. Good to find Golem. Everyone is just focused up right now, bopping all the ultimates. Dinosaur Pillow doing their best to find someone. Well, that's a sneaky one around the corner. They're going to be happy with that. That's a little lucky charm for them.
Yeah, love to see it. Love to see it. Really caught the Star-Lord in the air as well. So impressive shots, obviously, that being a projectile as well, middies. And now being pushed back, Magneto. Oh, legendary in the sky. We did see a few successful uses of this ultimate in the previous round, trying to follow suit, but no, immediately targeted from the Hela once again. That is great target prioritizations once again, and been very good at declining those incoming high value abilities to make sure that the enemy doesn't have good economy there.
See, they are going to be able to hold on a bit longer. Dinosaur Pillow, good to shut down one, maybe looking for more as well. We'll see what they can do here. Guide does go down. Kaibe sticking it out as well. Defense is certainly prevalent here, and time trickling down as well now. Swinburne, they've got to make a final stand sooner or later. Otherwise, the game will be done and dusted. Racquetz, it's crunch time.
It is certainly 5 seconds left from the clock. They need to get on the card here. Will they have a chance to do it? It looks like not, as the Hela is continuously guarding through. It looks like it may have gotten someone just touched through by the skin of their teeth. Now the mobility is coming onto the point here, trying to use all the ult to try and secure something. This will need to be done in order to have a chance to salvage the map here.
See if this is going to be that time. They are activating everything at the moment, really trying to keep this map alive, trying to see if they can dive in. That overtime timer is on the very edge here. A knife's tip is all that remains between us and the series over. We'll see. Are they going to be able to push on and take it to the first point here? Swinburne fighting in desperation. Their final plea. They need to break free.
Very close as well, being the thorn in the side there, Spider-Man, but the peel does end up coming through. Loki's so good in that particular situation, trying to fight onto the point. This is quite a close one indeed. UTS are being pushed to the side of that narrow choke point, and the more ultimate does come out, diving as you can see, trying to finish it off, but the Hela, she's in the sky, launching down bombs for the time being, and just absolutely nukes the squad of Swinburne, and UTS take it home with a very good, and once again being so good at finishing off these matches and putting the nail in the coffin, sealing the deal, sending the letter, however you want to say it. They've done it once again.
Absolutely, they have done it again. They are going to be able to maintain a course on their winning streak here. Definitely doing a great job so far this season, UTS. And Swinburne, certainly impressed with some of the pacing that they were able to bring through into this matchup as well. I feel like slowly but surely, we're seeing gradual improvement from them week by week. And I'm really eager to see when and if they are going to be able to take down that first win. You know, I can feel it. It's right on the edge there. You know, I feel like maybe if they came up against one of the other teams, then they certainly could have done it. Obviously, coming up against one of the top-ranked teams in the league right now, it's hard. You know, it's a real challenge. Because UTS, second place, definitely a tough one. But they played super well. So I think that this is their chance to really show what they're made of. But we'll see more of that later, because we're going to head to a short break. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series. BkWhatOCE and Racquetz here once again after a thriller of a first game there. Definitely pumps me up. But you know what else pumps me up? It's our interview. Welcome in, Fluent.
Hello.
Hey. Welcome. And first and foremost, big congratulations, mate. Great game from you guys, as always. And I guess coming into that one, I felt like it was a little closer than I thought it was gonna be in that first map. I guess what happened there initially for you
Yeah,
guys?
a lot of characters that used to be considered worse are now better, and I guess it's just still taking some time to get used to it.
Yeah, fair enough. It is something to get used to, and I think, going off that as well. Speaking of something to get used to, something that's completely new is the Emma Frost here as well. So did that also add like another layer and dynamic to the series in general?
Yeah, it was a bit hard for the first round for our divers to engage without getting DC stunned, DC chained.
Yeah, no, I definitely we definitely saw that, and I suppose with these kind of meta shifts, I suppose coming into the mix as the updates pump out as well as the characters there. What kind of preparations are you guys doing to try and adapt around those fast changes?
We've been experimenting with a lot of different comps, and especially with like some of the females as well. Just a lot of like experiments.
Nice. And something that I noticed sort of innately throughout that series as well, especially throughout that first map, is that, despite maybe being at like a deficit or maybe being in a situation where you guys may have not had the advantage, you managed to be the team to secure the win in the end, even in that very final map as well, towards the final attack on the on the map there as well. So do you guys have like a clutch factor or someone that kind of is the leader to really rally the troops when those moments happen?
We basically just realized we needed a full reset, other than just constantly fighting in a downward like team fight.
Yeah, definitely very commendable there. I suppose realizing sometimes the best defense is just to fall back for a sec and just pick yourselves up. That's really good. Um, and I suppose, yeah, heading into the future, do you guys feel like you're going to be able to, I suppose, take over that first place from Monash?
It will be tough, but we have planned for it. We have stuff planning for it. Definitely will be an exciting game.
Oh, absolutely. We can't wait to see it, honestly. And yeah, that's going to be a big one. Absolutely big one. But yeah, I suppose once again, congratulations, Fluent. You guys are killing it as always. Can't wait to see what you guys are going to be doing heading into the future games. And yeah, just excited for the rest of the season. So thanks once again for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you.
There you go. That's the way it goes. Racquetz, always great to get insights from our players there as the games play on, and definitely get to hear more from our players as we get into our next matches of the evening as well. It's always great to get those different perspectives, and because everyone has different mindsets towards the game, and it's always nice to see everyone's different takes on things. Like you, Racquetz, you've got your own takes. I've got my own takes. They've got their own takes too. It's just everyone. It takes two. Me and you, Racquetz. But that's the way it goes. Now, in to see how this second game is going to go, though. I think it's going to be a fun one. I think as well, this one, another team that needs to try and prove themselves is going to be QUT this time, I believe. So hopefully they can bring some of that energy that we saw from Swinburne, into that first series there. I think that if they can bring that kind of similar energy into this one, they might have their chance to try and get a win on the board too. And I think that even that concept, just like I was talking about earlier in the broadcast, that underdog story, something that really pumps me up there. So definitely keen to see how things go down in UNSW taking on QUT.
Yeah, for sure. This is kind of a very similar dynamic compared to the previous game, which is great to see as well. So we'll see how that ends up working out for both of these squads, and hopefully we'd be in for a very good one, Matsy.
Yeah, and speaking of a good one, who's going to be in this good one? It's going to be UNSW represented by Lick, Rez, Frost, Nova, Runkler Bonting, and Hypnois, or Hypnoise. I'm not sure. Hey, how do you think that one goes, Racket?
The first one.
Noise. Yeah, all right.
Yep.
We'll go with that one. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Now, next, QUT, Jay, Cheezel, Aurelian, No Toast for You, Possum, and Scamazon. We've seen many of these players before. We're going to see them again into this matchup, and definitely eager to see how they manage to play this time. Keen to see, I suppose, furthermore, what kind of target picks and bans we're going to see. You know, maybe we see the Emma Frost come out in this matchup as well. We already saw a lot of potential from it into that first series there, and certainly excited for what can be coming out through this one as well. But much like that, we'll see how things are going to get pumped up and how things might get shut down.
Yeah, sure. Let's see how it does end up panning out for both of these teams coming in. It'll be interesting because I think, you know, dwelling off the storyline that we were kind of talking about before, if you are this underdog team, it is kind of like a prime time for you to perform right now when Emma Frost is now enabled, obviously off a patch too. So you do have the opportunity to just say, hey, like maybe they've prepared this pick beforehand to make sure that they are going to be the best practice on it. And, you know, coming off the previous match as well, sort of the reason as to why things could have been a little bit closer was kind of like that unfamiliar territory as well, right? So, hey, I haven't practiced against this. How do we finally deal with it? Sort of was talking about the anti-dive nature of that pick coming in as well. So see how that does end up coming into the equation for this series upcoming too, and see if that is going to be a strategy put forward here. Because as I said, the dynamic is very similar to what we kind of experienced in the last one. In the last one, we had team number 2 versus team number 7, and now we find ourselves versus team number 3 versus team number 7. So, you know, very, very similar in how that dynamic is. So let's see if it kind of does have a similar narrative coming into it, or if, you know, the favorite has a little bit more of a decisive advantage as well. So see how the time in the sun can really reflect the patch note coming in as well, kind of having that you know, fresh off the press kind of vibe.
That's right, and with time in the sun, make sure you're wearing sunscreen, and that's what these teams are going to be doing heading into this series here, and keen to see who will be able to withstand the pressure, who's going to be burnt to a crisp into this series, because obviously we have both our teams, UNSW, QUT, getting pumped up, ready for action here, ready for war even, and we'll see what they are going to be able to deliver. Once we get into the pick ban phase here, it's time, it's now, and what will the first ban be?
See what ends up being banned here. Obviously, the Human Torch was a focus throughout the previous series. When you have a player that is good on the Human Torch, especially rising up the ranks, can be a little bit deadly. But Hulk, I think that is definitely a power ban, especially considering the kind of flexibility of the team-ups coming through as well. That is double Vanguard. So, you know, we did initially see the support pool pinched on the previous one, but coming into this one, already 2 tanks have been off the board.
There is going to be 2 bans coming out, 2 tanks coming out, 3 tanks coming out. Are we going to get 4? Oh, we're going to get 4. 4 tanks, 4 tanks. Am I getting 4 tanks, or is it going to be 5? Tanking going once, going twice. It's going to be a 4 tank. No, it's not going to be a 4th tank. It is going to be the Punisher picked out. We haven't seen that tonight, actually, so it's nice to see a bit of a change in comm coming through here, and curious to see if they actually pick it. But speaking of ban, it's going to be Adam Warlock.
Yep, immediately out of the pool. Some of the Star Guardians off the table there, the Guardians of the Galaxy. And, you know, Punisher, I do like that sort of save there, especially if Groot is being saved too, really wanting to pressure that front line and really make sure that Groot isn't going to be as safe getting a nice clean setup. But Invisible Woman also saved there as well. So UNSW really looks like they're linking towards a defensive composition moving forward potentially. They do have that kind of enhanced peel. And speaking of another Vanguard in the mix. Emma Frost is now there as well, and she's saved.
Yeah, that one's saved, but Magneto is gone. So no one going to be slam dunking on it this time. And Psylocke is also going to be taken out. So
Pick your hero.
definitely a bit of a mixed bag here. And we're now going to be seeing the picks come through as well. So Hella, both sides potentially locking that in. Luna Snow, 100%. Emma Frost locked in by QUT this time. Both sides, in fact. Frost bringing out the cap. You see Invisible Woman consistent on both sides as well. So stock standard picks. But we do have the Scarlet Witch coming out on UNSW this time. So curious to see how they maneuver that. And, you know, I was thinking, Racquet. I was thinking of new characters coming into the mix. And similarly, thinking about, I suppose, stealthier characters like, say, Psylocke. When and if they brought someone like Nightcrawler into the mix, I feel like they might play somewhat similarly to Psylocke, you know, very sneaky, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think Nightcrawler is definitely a character that a lot of people do want to see in this game. Of course, having their own kind of interpretation. A lot of the characters that they've, you know, gotten off Marvel, some of them have like the kind of new, unique spin on them as well. Obviously, you have like the future variant of Captain America with like a bit of like an Iron Man kind of hybrid situation going on there as well, trying to modernize some of the design whilst keeping faithful to some of the others too. So let's see how they end up panning out for this game coming in, as both of these teams are now at the spawn doors.
Yeah, both teams going to be out the doors, ready to get onto the floors now and ready to pump through that damage. But let's see what kind of damage they are going to be able to do now as they get a lot of punishment through. Rez is in trouble. No one there to pull him out the rubble. It goes down to QUT. Pull through with the man advantage and now look to force them back even further. Nova is out. And will they be able to instill some more doubt? I reckon they will as they spill more blood. It's just like a flood. And they take that early control. Let's see what they can do with Groot. Are they going to be able to give him the boot here? Good to put the walls up. Aradet does find a couple there, looking for more as well. I like how they're playing behind their front line here. Just really trying to dish out the damage whilst using their front line as a shield. Playing this choke point will only benefit them, but we'll see how UNSW tries to adapt around this themselves, whether they can manage to find an opening here. Ball goes up again, good to shut it down promptly, but in the meantime, turret comes up. They're building quite the hold here. Now UNSW, they're trying to change angles, switch it up a bit, but they're all just spilling into the 1 point here. I feel like if they split their focus a little bit, they might be able to find a bit more success with penetrating in towards the site, but it's just not happening. They do manage to get a lot of damage through regardless. Let's see if they can do more. Punisher Old comes out, Rez. Good to find one. Cheesel's down. This is the opening they were looking for. This is the opening they need, as a matter of fact. We'll see if it is meant to be here. We jump into it once again. Here we go. No toast for you, down, traded back. Noise is out of here. Aradet trying their best. They've almost managed it, almost taken it back here, UNSW, but the contest on point keeps the point alive and well. Now up at 299, just in the perfect time, a quad kill from Frost, and they will be able to find the percentage of their own, but QUT certainly doing a great job to zone things out there, and we'll see how they can manage as we jump in to the next sector now.
Yep, and look at this little setup here as well with the turret right in front of the Emma Frost shield, protected, but not from that angle. A little bit of a exploit there. Now maneuvering the terrain does have that high ground to worry about for the time being as well. Especially the Groot's going to be incredibly valuable right on that choke point as well. Declining the engage, you have to worry about the Hella up in the sky as well, getting it picked. Lovely job bunch of damage coming through, which does force the Invisible Woman ultimate coming as well, as the Punisher does also want the engage onto the high ground, trying to get some damage, but still you have to worry about the Sport Oxen coming, but the other one's eliminated. Punish the Punisher.
That's it. The Punisher becomes the punished. Now we'll see if they are going to be able to reverse those roles again. They hold it back a while longer. Punisher still alive here, still kicking, does get forced in. Frost now falling down, and they will be able to trade Scammers on as well in the meantime. So 1 for 1, maybe could be 2. Would it be blue as they hold on a little longer? Cheezel 2 looking to push on the point there. They get the ult up, trying to at least entangle some enemies here. And no toast for you and Co. Flow in, get the job done, and we'll be able to find the point back. Good stagger on the death as well there. OT timer still primed and ready. No one contesting. They need to get on. They do at the last second. A little longer. The portal comes out. This could be exactly what they need to swing it back. The damage is great, but the terrain is greater. Hypno is in a bit of trouble. Scammers on. Great adaptation as well. Quad kill comes through, and QUT spill ahead to take the first point on Biren T'Challa. And we are on to the Stellar Spaceport.
We are. Wow, what a match there on Warrior Falls, especially the clutch there from Scamazon, on the Hela, right at the end of the ultimate, getting a bunch of eliminations. It's going to be one of the more difficult ultimates to deal with when you're in that sort of last second scenario when you're contesting the point, because you have really nowhere to hide. So, a great job from there to really do that. And I guess coming on to this next map too, we'll see how it ends up going for this next match. Of course, both of these teams do have the Hela on the match as well.
We'll see what is going to be happening here, as they are going to be breaking out, and it will unlock the gates now. We'll see. Will UNSW be able to pull themselves ahead, or will they be muted once again by QUT here? Let's see how it goes down as they push straight into battle. We've got a Moon Knight to worry about. You don't see that one every day, Racquetz. And now we could see the moon haunting them.
Yeah, we've got to be careful of that one in particular, especially when you don't have as mobile as a comp coming through. Can definitely get some value onto that. Now the supports will be using their ultimate to get onto point here, get an engage coming in, and let's see if they try to utilize that to push towards the backline together as a cohesive unit. You do have the Punisher in the back. Did end up being sort of cut off from the angles to get as much value and as damage as possible. And now, just getting eliminated as they were playing around the line of sight so well.
Yeah, playing around the site so well. And we'll see if they are going to be swelling through to find a bit more as well. Rez trying to be sneaky around the corner here. Does put the walls up like they're playing a certain other building game. And we'll see if they are going to be able to wall off their enemies here. Rez tries to spot them out. Let's see if they are going to be yelling a commanding shout to get their enemies to fall into doubt. As they look to push in, percentage still building for UNSW. QUT though now trying to spill in. See if they can break apart those walls. Frost, low HP, getting lower by the second. The healer's doing a tremendous job though to keep them alive. Primed up, Luna Snow breaks into the flow, but we'll see which way this point's gonna go, because no one is going down.
Yeah, you're right, especially the support ultimates really proving to be the MVPs, and once again the Hela ultimate has just been so instrumental in this game so far. The group does come through, grouping up everyone at the end. Could that be the saving grace to help things? That is one thing to respond with, but still there are members to get rid of that are still alive as a result of these supporting utilities of their team. and they are still on to the point. Ori University, safe and sound for the time being. Emma Frost just staying behind the terrain in conjunction with the shield. Mr. Fantastic, of course, trying to inflate himself to block some of the damage, and you have this flank to worry of in the background as well. The Tank Shredder themselves is doing such a gracious amount, delivering the goods, if you will, and just melted the squad of the enemy team.
Yeah, melting them through, and they will be able to pull ahead here. Ooh, let's see what they can manage here. It's UNSW and QUT really put in their all here. Strange doing a great job on those shields as well, trying to yield some further potential.
Being pushed left and right, sort of like pinball there, but still the supports were doing a great job at helping out there in the end as well. So great job to really make sure that the peeling was coming through there in the end, and especially up against the incoming damage that's going through too. So really need to pay attention with these group wars coming out as well, trying to get these picks. The turret has been dismantled, so that setup has been declined for the time being. Now we'll have to kind of retreat for the fight, as the Invisible Women ultimates will be propped from both of these teams, overlapping like a Venn diagram.
Yeah, overlapping through. We'll see if they can pull through for more here. Luna Snow be holding on for dear life. The Eye of Agamotto could be coming through as well. Apologies for the sap there, but all is well now, and we'll see. They are going to be heading into more Frost. Opens the door now. The Amazon stuck, unable to leave. The Root ult upheaving the enemy team, and UUT pushing on for more. Scamazon, good for 2, looking to see if they can pull through for another. They do have their ultimate as well. OT timer primed up, ready to go. It's the ult time.
Oh.
And they are going to be taking them out. Racquetz, I can't believe it. QUT have pulled ahead with a map victory.
They have, and in stellar fashion indeed. Similar fashion with the Hela ultimate coming out as well. So that's their first map win. So that is a fantastic monument for them throughout the season. And that really shows that, hey, they could do it, and they've done it so far. So here's the real question: if they can continue that momentum, because now they know what victory tastes like, and let's see if they can run it home with the ball in their hands.
I was talking about an underdog story tonight, Racquetz, and they are delivering, taking their first map victory for the season. They've got to be feeling on top of the world with that, but there's still another step they need to take. They must win one more if they want to win the series. UNSW, they're no pushovers either. You saw it was a lot closer on that second map there, and definitely eager to see just how far they will be taking it as we do head in towards the second map. It's going to be a fun time ahead indeed, Racquetz. Fun. The players have to prep themselves, really hold back for a second, compose themselves, and get ready to propose and chart a new course forward.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and this is uncharted territories as well, right? Considering the circumstance of what we just spoke about, kind of like this underdog story, first win here. And, you know, kind of this moment, this little bit of a brief pause between both of these maps. And, you know, when we're waiting a little bit, I wonder what both of these teams are thinking, because they find themselves in completely different scenarios here, right? So, I mean, in terms of going forward for this next map, are you kind of thinking, okay, so things kind of didn't work previously. What do we go for here? Do we kind of have faith in our own abilities to kind of regroup? It's a new format within the different map, of course. We've seen a lot of teams that are particularly a little bit weaker on the control, and maybe warm up a little bit towards the middle end of the series. And if you are kind of on the winning side of that equation, being the underdog, do you continue with that team composition? Do you continue to kind of go for the same identity there? It's a real big question. Or do you perhaps say, hey, we're feeling ourselves. We can perhaps go for something a little bit different, test the waters. Let's see how much we can get away with here. So keen to see how both of these teams react here. And I think the way that some of these teams may be reacting, we might be able to see a sort of gander of their thought process in the pick and ban. Of course, we have the opportunity afterwards in the interview to really nail that down as well to see how they think.
That's right, but we already get a glimpse of how they think, Racquet, with the next map here heading into the Midtown. Definitely eager to see how this one is going to play out. It's obviously the newer place on the fight card, and definitely excited to see how the players will be able to adapt around it, play to the best of their abilities there, and really go for gold. It's going to be a fun time ahead, Racquet, and I'm super duper glad that you're along for the ride here. It is going to be absolutely chaotic, and I wouldn't have it any other way. But we'll see what the pick ban phase is going to look like once we do get down to business. Obviously, players going to be preparing themselves for battle at the moment, and definitely ready to rumble soon. But we'll see what kind of picks and bans we might find this time. You know, we saw a lot of potential from Punisher in the last map there, and would see it again, probably banned out considering what they did with it. But same could be said of Hella out of that engagement as well. So definitely curious to see, I suppose, how far they're willing to take it, how far they want to play into counter picking, you know, whether they just go off initial counter picking based on the performance of that last map there. They say, hey, they did really well on this last map, maybe we ban it now. Or whether they play into more analytical side of things and say, traditionally, this player is good on this normally. Let's just ban this out. But we'll see. We are going to be getting into the pick ban phase right now, and Punisher is the first immediate ban.
Yeah, and as you predicted, Matsy, you have the crystal ball in front of you. And yeah, taking again of what we saw previously as well, the Punisher is immediately off the table. Spoke about Hella as well. She obviously was a very pivotal pick in the previous game as well, but Bruce Banner, the Hulk, out of the equation once again, not wanting to see that at all. And now the Groot will also be saved. So the one thing that we previously saw from the ban phase as well, Matsy, is a massive priority on the Vanguards. We did see 4 Vanguards in presence within the previous ban phase. So both of these teams kind of really electing to warp the playstyles based on that kind of previous ban phase experience. And let's see if that continues to be the story coming into this particular one, or if there won't maybe be a bit more DPS or supports coming into the fray, or out of the fray, I should say, as well. So still a few bans left here, a couple of bans and a save both of these teams.
Absolutely. Putting in the yards and looking to really give it their all. But no pick locked in there. Looks like it is going to be actually Psylocke protected for UNSW there. So interesting to see that one come through. But we'll see what the next ban will be. As they hold on for the last second, there we go. Going to be the Human Torch ban. So certainly interesting to see that one come out. Obviously, we did see that one come out a lot in the first series, a target ban towards Kaya, considering how well they play with that character. But now pick is going to be Rocket.
Yeah, for sure. Both of those definitely power picks ending up being banned, and obviously one saved there in the Rocket Raccoon. And now Magneto will be saved here as well. So still a massive Vanguard presence throughout the ban phase, and still we do have a couple left on the table here as well. So see how it ends up panning out for both of these squads, the way that they seal this phase for the time being. 3 seconds left here to make their final decision. Still thinking about it, and Hella. So Hella had an instrumental impact throughout the previous series. I mean, both teams did play it, but I think UNSW just sort of saying like, hey, okay, even though we did play it ourselves, I think that UUT looked a little bit more too comfortable on that pick. Get rid of it. Also, last ban coming in is Yana Morlock.
That's it. Don't want to have any potential of that one there. So, curious to see how they are going to be able to play around this one. You can see some picks already coming through. We got Star-Lord coming out, Aradet there, Mantis, team up between Rocket and Groot. Luna coming out, and we've got Emma Frost. But on the UNSW side, what do we have? Something somewhat similar, but not really. Magneto, Squirrel Girl. We've got the Luna, Invisible Woman, Emma Frost, and Psylocke. So a bit of a different composition coming out from UNSW here. I feel like it's a bit more mobile, and curious to see how they play around Squirrel Girl, because you don't see that pick really come out all that often at all, do you, Racquetz?
No, a little bit more rare. Maybe a kind of draft adaptation here, taking into consideration the very small, narrow choke point on this first particular spot of this map. I think maybe a little bit more consistent on the defense here. On the offense, a little bit harder to kind of use her kit because you're not spamming down kind of a narrow corridor. You're kind of doing it the other way around, which, you know, in regards to the defensive team, they have more opportunities, ample ways to play around it by having the high ground there as well. But still, the team can really play around it, and they can perhaps definitely make it work. A lot of burst damage too. And Psylocke, obviously, something that was saved this pick as well. Really going to be very useful at trying to help the Squirrel Girl in clearing the high ground and making sure everyone stays down the middle.
This is real firepower. They've already brought out the amplifier there. Great pace to build that one up. But speaking of building up, they're building up kills here. Frost goes down, and maybe more could be following through as well. Rez tries to hold back on the Magneto here. They're pretty close to the slam dunk as well. Butterfly also could be activated by Nova here. We'll get behind him. There it is! The Butterfly comes out, but the Luna ult comes out in kind. So not going to be able to do anything with the Butterfly there. And they will be counted out pretty much immediately. So QUT doing a good job to hold on here.
Definitely. Silence does come through in the back line as well, being very aggressive, but focused down immediately. The supports will be helping out, however. Give the supports a medal to make sure that the Vanguard's being topped up. Speaking of supports, an ultimate does come through. Visible Woman at that big circle to sort of maintain height, have the positions there to make sure that the squad does not falter. Now retreating for the time being, though, as a lot of damage does come through. The kill feed does light up in red, trying to push forward, and very good accuracy there from the Psylocke. Nice at chunking down the tanks there, and will be trying to push forward that lead, using their shift aggressively to facilitate their front line in conjunction with their Magneto.
Yeah, holding it down in conjunction there and trying to make them cease to function. We'll see how they are going to be able to manage here. Aradet. Let's have the Galactic available. Go Legendary in just a second, but just going to hold back. Butterfly comes out now as well, doing a lot of damage in the back line here. Nova now bouncing around there, trying to see if they can shut down anyone else as well, but will be forced to fall back a second longer now. So QUT still holding on here, not allowing them to bypass the right hand or the middle point of that second point there yet. But speaking of the middle point, we've got Legendary coming out, damage following suit, but the damage was favoring UNSW right now.
Yeah, for sure. And they will be utilizing all that damage towards this very narrow corridor as well, when Squirrel Girl definitely having her time in this point for the time being as well. Especially with QUT, we don't really have a lot of options on entry here for the time being, so this will be a point of power here. See how the engage does end up going. QUT do have answers though with the support ultimates. They do have kind of a little bit of defensive utility coming into this fight if they decide to use any of it, and the suppress does come through, immediately getting a few members off. They can't use their abilities for the time being. Not familiar with that ultimate coming through. Nice grab and getting the pick immediately. That has so much damage. Great job from Frost. But there's much to be done, of course. Needs to be pushed forward. There we go. The squad will help out there. The point will be captured.
What helps out, and point is sorted for UNSW. They're going to be happy with that so far, but we'll see if they are going to be able to keep this up. And now, halfway through is approaching hastily for UNSW now, and we'll see if they can scrub ahead. Hold back a while longer here. Hindu just press them forward bit by bit. Slowly but surely, getting to where they need to go. See if they are going to be able to steal the show here. Oh, you see, good pressure up front. Doing a great job. Squirrel Girl's ultimate comes out though, but Cheezel and co don't care. They just smash them down.
We're so close there from UNSW on the retreat. Nearly ended up escaping that narrowly, but the onslaught of the ultimates, nice little combo there at the end of the QUT in conjunction with the Emma Frost and the Groot, really showing the tank synergy from both of those players. But let's see how they continue to operate around this corner, as there is a lot of burst coming through. Invisible Woman with the securing kills there at the end, and that is an extremely quick wipe. Now we'll be pressing forward as well. Very, very clean stuff immediately, and knowing how to snowball effectively as well. So no pun intended with, of course, the person we're spectating right now. But now there will be, of course, still pressure maintained at the front line, courtesy of Emma Frost. Be doing a bunch of damage. Invisible Woman, that'll help out a lot in terms of the durability apartment for both of these teams.
Absolutely, but here comes the dance of the butterfly again. Nova trying to do a bit of damage to the back line, but Luna's ult again, keeping them alive and keeping them feeling good. But QUT trying to hold back here. They have to hold them off for another just under 2 minutes. It's going to be a tough one, but I think that they have the chance to do it. We'll see. They are going to be able to find their mark though. Weasel doing a good job right now, just holding them back, stalling them out bit by bit here. UNSW, they've got ults to play around though, so it could be a big challenge building up here for QUT. UNSW ready and waiting, push out that Luna ult now. This can be the frontal assault coming in.
Using it as an engaged tool to push forward, and the team really is pushing forward in that fight there. They still won't have a, they still will have a defensive ability available, as Invisible Woman will just be getting hers available for this next fight. Speaking of, trying to get back on the point, QUT just don't make it, was trying to utilize the movement speed bonus to narrowly attempt to get back a last chance at survival, attempting to contest, but no cigar there. And UNSW, they just sort of ended up securing that in a pretty quick fashion there towards the end. They had a couple of quick fights, and really once they do get the picks at the start, they are very, very quick in securing the eliminations afterwards and pushing forward. So like to see that, especially with their style of comp. A little bit different, of course, with the Emma Frost as well, seeing how their team comp functions. Of course, it's much more different to see a dive comp snowball in this type of style as well. So nice to see a little bit of a pivot and see these differing styles coming into it as well, considering especially we had the Squirrel Girl into the mix too.
Yeah, that's right. We did have a bit of a different style into the mix there, but eager to see how things go down. And the pacing we saw from UNSW there, Racquetz, we certainly could have the potential from them to potentially get us through towards 3 maps there. So that could be an exciting time, Racquetz, because, you know, I love it when series can go the distance there. I think that's the best part of some of our broadcasts, you know. They're able to really show their true potential, and let's see if they are going to be able to reach that right now, or whether QUT can dig deep and manage to take it back, pushing in towards their own success here. We'll see how it goes now as they look to try and push ahead. A lot of pressure up the front here. UNSW sticking it back for now on the defense, using all angles. I like how they're raining death from above here. It's really forcing QUT to space out their vision. And it's costing them. They're taking a lot of damage in consequence.
A good tool to utilize against this high ground as well is definitely the Invisible Woman pull. Very good at sort of shepherding the defensive squad to make sure that they're not in prime position there. So great job for utilizing that cooldown. Nearly getting a pick of the result of it as well. Been on point with that particular cooldown. And it's always good to see a support player in the limelight, providing the playmaking potential. Speaking of the playmaking potential, the Groot ultimate does come out, grouping up all the members, but the defensive ultimate once again proving to be so incredibly useful in these scenarios. Butterfly Dance is there too, and there we go. Provides a lot of the damage, and the team follows up very successfully as well.
And they will be able to find their success. Bless the scoreboards here, and we'll see how they go down into this one. 3 ultimates available at the moment for QUT. They got the Dance of the Butterfly there. Also got Lunar Snow and the Mantis available. So, see what they can do here. But Emma Frost will be able to activate their ultimate as well for UNSW here. Looking to lock it down. Luna, good to keep the heals up so they can't damage through it. Definitely a tough situation ahead, but they are going to be doing a lot of great work here, and see if they are going to be able to get the job done here. Mantis good on the ult as well, keeping the heals up, keeping it confident all the way through. Great on the kill feed though. Cheezel does a lot of work there. No toast for you, supports as well. Looking to see if they can catch another on the way out. So low HP, they're keen on it. Straight into spawn, they get it. Goodbye, Frost. And hello. A lot more potential on that push there. They've gotten it over the line. And they are looking to push it a lot closer to that halfway point.
Certainly are. Looking to definitely match the opposition here. Did make it through sort of towards the later end of the time, of course. Will be a little bit difficult coming into this. Especially UNSW, their team comp lends themselves to be a little bit more advantageous on the defensive side. And look at the offensive use of cooldowns, bursting down the support, then following up with a Butterfly Dance afterwards. An assassin at work indeed, and now following to get a pick afterwards as well. Like a rat chasing cheese. And for the time being, there still is work to be done on the point though. Trading, QUT after that lost too many members initially, and now they'll just be resetting for the next fight.
Rinse and reset. Let's see how they are going to be able to take control of this one. No toast for you goes down, so a decent start. We'll see if they are going to be able to bless their way up. Lick, good to hold back here. Frost does have the ultimate available if UNSW want to apply a bit more pressure here. Dance of the Butterfly does come out from Scamazon as well. Want to see if they can get something from it. Not going to be able to do it. They get caught in the crossfire there. UNSW now looking to push into it. They've got the Lunar Snow ultimate, Emma Frost as well. Looking to do a lot of work here to reset them. And it will work out wonderfully. So, building up a bit more time for themselves on the defense there. And managed to entirely wipe out QUT.
Definitely proficient. And ironically, Frost performing well on the Emma Frost as well. Really taking to their name in this game so far. And seeing how they can consistently perform as well. Obviously in the driver's seat for the time being. QUT, you have a couple of ultimates here. There we go, the Butterfly Dance in the backline. Once again, the engages are just so good. And just assassinating and making sure to try and bait out these cooldowns. QUT still have the support ultimates left there, but they'll burst down so quickly, perhaps just wanting to regroup and reconsider their options and just try and all in for the fight afterwards. But still, the clock is ticking down. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to pull the trigger pretty soon.
Yeah, that time is ticking down, the pressure elevating by the second here, and we'll see if they are going to be able to deliver when the timer counts. Rez is good to go for the slam dunk if they can find the angle. Speaking of angles, though, goodbye Nova. This could be an opening, but speaking of openings, Emma Frost going boom, 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 trying to see if they can damage them down over time and shut them out, but it's just not happening. They try, but try as they might, they will not say goodnight. Rez, though, tries for it. The slam dunk doesn't have enough spunk behind it, but Scammers on and go certainly do. QUT, they're pulling through, wiping them out now. This is their chance to push it over the halfway point, but they've still got a bit more of a journey ahead of them yet. They need to get it on to that second checkpoint. Otherwise, UNSW can shut them down here and now, and that could be it. Game set to map 3. It's all going to go down to the wire on this one.
And QUT know this as well. They're trying to get an early engage. The flank is there on the back line, trying to get a one-shot. Squirrel goal so close to death. There we go. Eliminated. Very good job there. QUT scouting out immediately off the back of their flanker, but still, ultimates are being procced onto here. The butterfly dance has got so much value before and will continue to do so for these fights as the kill feed is still lighting up red in favor of UNSW.
And sure, it does light up red, but they do misstep there because QUT got it over the line. So they do have more time. They can afford a reset now. Yeah. Just like that. They're cheeky with it. They get it over. So they will be able to push on a little longer here, Racquetz. Objectives is what they're playing for. And oh, what an ultimate from Groot. Jeezel locks them down. They aren't able to capitalize on it, though. UNSW, in fact, capitalized, but my gosh, seeing them all locked down there. What could have been?
What could have been indeed. Also support ultimate at the very least, so a trade of economy. Still more ultimates are being used here. UNSW trying to be proactive and get the engage on here in the back line. There's a lot of damage being done. Didn't get any executions, but still provided a vital distraction to make sure that the rest of the squad has the space to try and do their job. That's a massive ultimate, coating the opposition in the suppression, making sure that the rest of the squad can follow through safely. And it does help out with getting the push through. But still, there are more folks to take down. Magneto tries to have his own word about it and takes care of the support in the back.
Yeah, takes care of that critical player. And they are going to be able to rip apart another layer here. Let's see what else they are going to be able to do as they hold it through a while longer. Getting the damage ahead. Goodbye, Magneto. This is a big one. They needed that Racquetz. And they will get it. Jeezel. Big ultimate available as well. This could be the time to push it through. The time to get over the line.
Going for a flank opportunity as well. Trying to go upwards towards a higher ground. Doesn't have a support opportunity to try and defend up against this, so could potentially get a lot of damage. Plus the Magneto shield, so well timed.
Oh, the butterfly is out. Wow. They will take it out. My God, it's massive. It gets bigger and bigger, and just like that, Racquetz, they've taken it over. We go again.
That was amazing. That was amazing. Especially as soon as I looked at the ultimate economy and I was like, okay, there are no support ultimates available here for UNSW. QUT, they took advantage of that, immediately threw the Groot ultimate out and then followed up with the Psylocke as well straight afterwards. So they were not putting any less pressure and really utilize that tight window of timing, because don't forget, one support ultimate can pretty much decline both of those ultimates coming in as well. So the crucial timing in declining that defense there, pivotal indeed. And of course, it does bring us to the tiebreaker on this map.
That's right. All tied up. UNSW have a slither more time to play with here than their counterparts.
30 seconds before you
See
get ready.
how they manage heading into the next sector here. Will they be able to push ahead? They travel down the shaft now, ready to get through to the gate there into the attack. And will they be able to find a stable way forward. Press in. It's all coming down to this. UUT attack time, taking down the Arc. They know Moon Knight's on UNSW's side now. They're going to have to think about how to shut that down. But speaking of shutting down, they need to push that point as far as possible and as quick as possible. Here we go. The fight is on. And who's going to pull ahead?
Definitely a very valid question, especially with not much time left on the clock there as well, Matsy. Pressure is on. Trying to contest, especially around against this little choke point. Moon Knight's going to get a lot of value there as well. Frost doing a great job on the Emma Frost once again. Expected, and that's a lovely grab. Getting the pick when necessary. As you can see, the clock continues to dwindle. 14 seconds left on the scoreboard here. And for the time being, it will only mean that there's going to be one more contest. And then going to make sure that it's not a very clean one as they engage so quickly to try to negate the incoming offense here. You also have the group walls that are making it so difficult to navigate through too.
That's right, Racquetz to navigate through, and we'll see what else they can do. Nova finds Possum, but just like that, they find the round. So, not going to be able to push too far there. UNSW now have their time in the sun to push themselves. We'll see if this will be ample enough time for them to push on in, take it one step further, or whether we go further into the abyss here, into another map. It all comes down to this, Racket. Pressure is on for both teams.
Pressure is definitely on. And, you know, it's definitely going to be difficult to secure this one for QUT. Definitely up against the odds, but a bit up against the odds, of course, this whole series, considering the scoreboard rankings as well. Getting a taste of victory. Maybe perhaps they can have a clutch factor come into play here. UNSW, reliable when it comes to these situations. Given the time that we have as well, definitely the favorites to bring it home here. But, you know, anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and it will happen. We'll see exactly what we are going to have on the cards here. Both teams primed up, ready to rumble here, ready to go. As the gates open up, UNSW come calling away and ready to see if they can manage to push it further than QUT here. Been a tough one, but we'll see if they are going to be able to get it over now. Diesel, good on the defense. Does hold on to it a while longer. But it's already almost over the line here. Oh, almost got a kill there, but they will be stopped just as promptly. Good timing on that one. Peter, good timing. Cheesel's down now. This is a golden opportunity for UNSW to say game over and push on to the next map.
Definitely is the opportunity. It looks like they will be cleanly progressing through. Very good stuff there. Making sure to hold their lead and momentum that they rightfully gained throughout this map. And it will be pushed towards the very, very end. Congratulations for winning that one through. And they strike back. So we're 1-1 for the series.
That we are, Rackets. That we are. And we are going to be getting in to map number 3 very, very soon. But for map 2, Lick pulls through for the MVP. So, great to see that they are going to be able to have their efforts recognized and certainly looking to take it one step deeper down the line. We'll see what map 3 is going to look like, though. Both teams have had a bit of triumph, you know, a bit of potential, a bit of time in the sun. And they are eager as can be to get the job done. But, Racket, who's going to be able to find it? Who's going to be able to get the job done? That's the big test.
That is definitely the big test. See how both of these teams react after that match. Especially, I think it's more on QUT sides to respond here. Right, they find themselves winning the first map, and the response has come out, and all of a sudden things are tied up after such a great first performance there. Obviously, we did find a situation where we did get into the overtime, so that is pretty good feat there too. But it was quite close, but at the same time, you had a feeling that it was going to be a difficult job after their sort of, very short attack there coming in. So we'll see how it ends up going for the third map coming in. Of course, the bans will be quite pivotal coming into this one. We have kind of seen already some map or draft related bans coming so far in this series as well. So see if there is another layer added to that. That's sort of one of the benefits as well, Matsy. Of course, we get to see the metagame within this series, but when you take it to the very end, that's when things are pushed to the very limit. Now we can finally see, okay, who is the definitive problem? Who is the definitive pick that we're going to save? You get to see both of these teams at sort of their wits' end and say, okay, this is what we're running with. We have to make this decision now because it's what matters most. It is 1-1, and we need to run away with a victory here.
That's right. The pressure's on for both teams to really try and deliver, really try and see if they can take away that victory, because both teams have had their moment. You know, they've had their time in the light, and now it's all going to come down to map number 3. The time is now for both teams to prove themselves, especially critical of QUT here. You know, they've managed to find their first win of the season in the map department. Are they going to be able to find their first win of the season in the series department? Is going to be proven here. We'll see if it's going to be them, whether it could be UNSW. It's all up to this, Racquetz.
It is. It's very crucial for both of these squads, as I said, relative to the standings as well. So the pressure definitely is mounting. And, both teams really utilizing, I guess, kind of the, new pick coming in with the Emma Frost. I mean, so far, actually, Matsy, from the matches we have seen as well, she has had a pretty decent pick rate or a presence within the phase as well. So something to take into consideration for the matches coming up if that continues to be a factor for our matches coming into this as well. But, look, for this final map, for QUT, it might be a little bit more of a situation that it might not necessarily like warmed up to it, right? This is their first victory within the series, and now they find themselves within the opportunity to take home their first victory within the whole, match. Can't find the word, Matsy. Give me a second. I'm having a brain fart. Yes, a series in general. Yes, you've got it right on the head, mate. I was getting brain absorbed by Magneto. That's my excuse. Okay, so yeah, that's no problem. But
we need to call Mr. X.
I think we do. I think maybe Mr. X was the one who made me kind of have a brain fuffle in the meantime anyway, with the telekinetic powers. Hey, Professor X could very well be a character in the future, Matty, so that's a good call out. So we'll see how he ends up going.
Yeah, maybe even Professor X's, sister. Who knows?
Hey, the whole squad.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. It's all going to happen. Speaking of what's going to happen, bans are going to happen. Psylocke, goodbye. Punisher, goodbye. And who will we say hello to? Magneto. Speak of Magneto, and they are locked in.
That's true. Pretty high presence pick as well. A lot of the sort of pick and ban phase has been predicated on a lot of these vanguards too. So see if that still is the main focus. Hulk will be banned out, of course, as well. That has been a main focus ban throughout the whole of this series as well. So that will continue to be a mainstay so far. Psylocke, of course, is going to be something of a very important ban because from the previous match, Psylocke was definitely a severely impactful power pick. And speaking of a severely impactful power pick, I think both of our most impactful DPSs throughout the whole series, all of them have been banned out. You have the Punisher, you have the Hela, the Psylocke. All of these particular DPSs within this series so far have had massive power plays which have dictated the pace of battle. So all of those are down at the moment, which sort of makes you think for a little bit. Who are we going to have of those replacements? Because we've now gone into a little bit of a phase where tanks were the main kind of priority with the bans, and all of a sudden you have the DPS there as well being into the crossfire.
Yeah, it really does change the landscape of the game, doesn't it? You know, you really have to try and, I suppose, anticipate how you're going to adapt around some of these bans to come through, right? Because obviously, losing out on some of the potential picks that you might have wanted to go for in terms of tank-wise, DPS-wise, maybe even support-wise, really do have to consider exactly how you want to play it. But speaking of what is not going to be played, it's the Invisible Woman. And one last ban to be locked out will be Venom. So we are not going to be seeing any Venom tonight. It is going to be all locked out. But what's locked in? It's going to be UNSW locking in the Winter Soldier, Emma Frost, Rocket, Magneto, Luna Snow, and
the Mystery Pit.
the Invisible Man. No, and
it's random.
Random. Oh, Squirrel Girl again. Nope, Scarlet Witch. There you go. But I saw a Wolverine hover. Ooh, Adam Warlock left opened means they are going to lock it in. So that's one that's gone a bit missed there. That could be really dangerous coming out from QUT.
Yeah, for sure. And it does enable that triple support composition being a pretty important pillar within that comp as well. So good to see that kind of a variety within these team compositions. Obviously, we did see quite a little bit of triple support previously, and now we have all of these power picks available. It is available once again for this particular match. Usually there's one component of that kind of mainstay banned out or kind of, you know, taken out of the equation there. So I think you're taken out of the equation. I see a sneaky, strange portal here, perhaps trying to make the members fall off a cliff in Looney Tunes style, and it works out. Frost is trolling at the moment and gets a successful elimination at the start. You love to see it.
I love that. It's just comical. Absolutely comical. But hey, they get it done. But we'll see what they can do heading into the push phase now. UT hold back here. Waiting for their moment. Are going to be able to hold on. Good pull coming out there. Ooh, Squirrel Girl finds the Mantis. So looking to find another as well. Galen's back. Will they be able to bring themselves back again? Maybe. Maybe not. But for now, it's the rack attack. Racket time.
And tell you what, this attack been quite poisonous, and oh wow, that was incredible. I didn't even realize that was built up so quickly. It must have been involved in the fight. Winter Soldier being a character that we were sort of quite familiar with for, you know, the earlier parts, being a power pick in general, being a little bit less favored through some of these matches, and really is playing a role with some of these counter dive compositions. And if we continue to see more of him throughout the night, but see how the attacking squad does go through, as this can be a little bit difficult to attack Matty with these comps, trying to find out the angles to go through. Not having the most mobility in the world, trying to navigate through the high ground as well is definitely something to take into consideration. Trying to use the walls to close them off.
They're ready to bring it down. It is Luna Snow. Keep themselves alive a little bit longer there. Rez, good to use the ult there though. Does find Possum. So Amplifier coming up as well here. Gonna dish out a bit more damage for their team. And you see the effects of that immediately. Goodbye to 3 players. More, as a matter of fact, immediately. They just shave through the offense. And they look good doing it. So they're gonna be happy with that one. Gonna hold it back a while longer here. We'll see if they can manage to continue to mount successful defense just like that through. Because QUT, they've got a tough time ahead of them here. You know, they've struggled to get towards the first point. The time is really trickling down, and they need to make some movement sooner rather than later. Otherwise, this game could slip away from them.
Really do. Looking for this flank on the side, perhaps. Ella does have the ultimate intact as well. Groot does use theirs, which means that the Luna Snow had to use theirs in response as well to protect the squad. And now you potentially have a Star-Lord unmarked, looking for some big value here. Does have the targets right in front. Luna Snow, her ultimate just got immediately depleted beforehand, so now has the space to move forward, but the team does a very good well at maneuvering ducks fly together away from that ultimate to make sure that they don't get any value. Very nice job.
Very nice job, and it is going to be the Mantis ult coming out as well here to keep their team up a little longer. Amplifier as well, looking to see what they can manage from it. Groot just chugging down damage there. Hypnois shuts them down. Nova as well. Everyone just trickling out here. 20 seconds to go now. Adam Warlock does bring all their teammates back, so good timing on that one, but is it going to be good enough? That's the big question here. We'll see. They can deliver it, because the time is falling down right now. They need to make a statement, and quick, otherwise this game is going to be out of their hands. We'll see what they can manage now. Armed and Dangerous available for Nova as well. Uh-oh, it could be the final nail in the coffin with that one. OT timer trickling down. Nova up in the front line, and just like that, UNSW hold a fantastic hold there.
Time to switch things up.
And now all they need to do is take towards that first point, and that will be it, Racquetz. So
Yeah, they're warming up
my
into it, aren't
gosh.
Team to win this.
Oh, they certainly are.
they? Yeah, it's a tough task for QUT here, especially given the previous performance we just saw there. And you know what? This map can have the opportunity to kind of have these games where you can't get quite past this first point, because it can be a little bit difficult to navigate through, especially when you have team compositions that don't have the most mobility. I think it might be a little bit easy to access maybe if you do have kind of components of dive, but also you do have the venom that is banned here as well, so that's also something to take into consideration too. So it can be quite tricky. So first point holds are definitely a real thing that can happen, especially the fact that, you know, Groot is not banned throughout the series too, which can really hold down a choke and make it very difficult to attempt to get a clean engage onto the point. So we'll see if maybe QUT sort of copy that strategy. I mean, they already have a similar flavor, Ryan, of course, with running the Groot and going Moon Knight a little bit of a step further in that defensive aspect themselves. See how it ends up working for them. They'll need to perform at top form if they are going to beat UNSW here, as UNSW had such a great defense on their respective side.
Yeah, they really made a testament to how you should hold successfully there, and curious to see, in contrast, how they are going to be able to take things into their offense here, because they don't have much distance to cover, and it's definitely going to be a challenge for QUT now to try and mount a similar defense in their own right, but we'll see what is going to be coming through now. Scammers on a good hold there. Hypnois is down, brought back by the rocket there, so at least they've got that to rely upon. Speaking of a Scammers on, good night. We'll see what else they are going to be able to strike out of this one, because already they are getting up in their face, up close and personal.
There they are. I like the group wall positioning as well to try and help the team maneuver from the high ground and reposition there. Very clever way of assisting and making sure that the folks who don't have the mobility can get to where they need to be. So a little job, piece of utility from the squad of QUT there with that cooldown. But now ultimates are starting to become available now that the time does obviously trickle through and more shots have been landed. And speaking of shots have been landed, both the respected teams for the DPSs have got a pick at the start of this fight.
They've got on both sides of it, and now we'll see how they glide through. Shots coming out from Lick there. Ooh, there it is. Shots come out. The slam dunk ready, and they lock it down. Pushing that up like a firework. UNSW make it work. What a way to push their way through that one, Racket. Final score locked in, and they have managed to find their spark. Rez on the MVP as well. You'll love to see it.
Certainly, no deaths throughout the whole game, by the way, as a Vanguard player. Love to see it in that aspect as well. When you have a flawless run, not having a lot of mistakes, not having a lot of opportunities for your opponent to catch you off guard as well. couple of deathless team members on the squad as well. So love to see that dynamic duo working in with grace and not giving the enemies a lot of opportunities. So great job all round and seal the deal 2-1 throughout that series, and definitely was an entertaining watch.
Absolutely. A great entertaining watch, and I really enjoyed that back and forward momentum. You know, both teams did a great job there. Very excited to see what else they can do. But we're going to hear all about it very soon, right after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series. Matty and Racquetz back at it again with another banger of a match, and we're going to hear all about it right now because we have none other than Uba.
Hello, hello, hello.
Welcome, and what a match, mate. Got to say, incredible stuff coming out from you and the team there, and my gosh, it really went down to the wire there. I was talking about underdog stories all through the night, and I got a bit worried. I thought QUT might be able to take their first win, and I guess, what do you feel went wrong for you guys in order to, allow them to, I suppose, get one map there?
Yeah, game one was pretty rough. I think none of us were really warm. Haven't played in a while. Haven't scrimmed, and we've done some roster changes. And then, my 9 and 10 performance probably didn't help the team. But yeah, after that game one, we kind of locked in. I think we were a bit too confident at the start. But yeah, after game one, we kind of realized kind of need to try a bit against this.
It's like very recent.
Yeah, and I guess heading into like the future, you mentioned roster changes there. Do you feel like this could shake up, I suppose, your team's momentum heading towards the rest of the season? Like, it's definitely difficult to adapt, isn't it?
Yeah, we're like flexing around with a few different DPS players, seeing what works. I think, to be honest, I think every role is kind of really important. So we need to try flexing around our roles around, seeing what works. But I think we're getting close to getting a good roster going. So it should be good.
And and in regards to the match kind of in general, we saw different kind of team comps throughout the series, and we've been seeing a lot of Emma Frost in general. Kind of, how does that pick within itself change the game?
To be honest, I think Emma Frost is a really strong champion right now. The hero does like a lot of damage. It's a tank that can like one-shot backline 200 HPs. And then I'm a Psylocke one trick, so the team up is really helpful. Not sure what happened game one. We ended up banning Psylocke. I think Emma Frost and all the new champs are gonna shake up the meta a lot. So we're gonna have to scrim a lot more.
No, I definitely can agree there. Scrimming definitely going to be very important, especially with more characters being released, like a tsunami there. So curious to see, I suppose, how your team adapts around that heading into the future. And I guess, once again, a big congratulations to you and your team for pulling through that victory there and providing us an exciting matchup as always. It's always great to see real close nail-biter games come through. So definitely appreciate that from you guys. You did really well. But yeah, all I can say is best of luck heading into the future weeks. Definitely keen to see how you and your roster, I suppose, take form and shape with some of those changes there. And yeah, congrats once again.
Yeah, thank you so much.
There you go. That's the way it's going to go there, Racquetz. Definitely great to get some insight from our players as always there. And always great to hear what's going on with them. But you know what else is great to hear? It's great to hear about our sponsors. AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. But who else might it be? Indomie, the noodle partner, made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. Big shout out to our sponsors there. We love to see them as always. And definitely, speaking of what we love to see, Macquarie and Monash. It's the Titan, the Goliath. Monash is back. And it now is Macquarie's time to take the baton and try and see if they can shut them down. But Racquetz, who's going to be representing our rosters?
Yeah, so for both of these teams coming through for the time being. By the way, this is seed number 1 versus team number 3 here. So massive match for both of these teams, Matty, coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. Really massive there, and really great to see both of our teams, really just primed up and ready to rumble. But speaking of ready to rumble, who's going to be on our rosters? It's going to be WotOCE, Pikachu, Six, Joji, Denzel, Jaded, or Monash there. Macquarie, who are they? Well, Tashi 250R, Nascent, Technovius, Helix 16, Crescent, and Just a Tuna. So, excited to see what these rosters are going to be able to do. We've had some great insights from players across both teams in our past weeks before, and definitely excited for what's to come from them. But Monash, the team that is the team to beat for every single roster. They're at the top. They haven't lost. They have confidence for days. Even when matches may look close to us, they remain confident that they weren't even close. So definitely eager to see if that kind of confidence is going to be shining through. And we'll see what else they are going to be able to manage heading forward into the game. But speaking of the game, Racket, the nature of the game obviously going to be ever changed with how we've seen all these games play out tonight, but all teams have had some little struggles through, and I'm curious to see if Monash might face some of them as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a very valid question. I think, the underdogs have had a little bit more bite tonight so far in the series that we have seen come through. But, Monash, they're very confident in their play. We've seen throughout their gameplay, the kind of plays that they go for. And we've seen in the post game of their interviews of how they kind of explain their thought process and kind of their confidence coming into these matches as well. So it's a very good combo to have. But, it is them being continue to walk in this case as well. So we're now in the pick of ban phase and see how both of these teams can draft for this series so far, setting the tone for what's to come.
Setting the tone, setting the scene, and eager to see what is going to be set through. First and foremost, it's goodbye Hela and Captain America. But what will be picked out? Hulk. That's almost certainly going to Technovius there. We've seen Technovius play that one pretty well in previous weeks there, so no surprise to see them trying to lock that one down. And there it is. Winter Soldier locked in for Joji. We've seen them play super duper well as well, and eager to see what they are going to ban out next as they look to ponder on their options.
See what this ban is time being. And interesting kind of see the Winter Soldier and the Captain America, kind of that duo focus of the pick and ban. Obviously does have the team up available, so that won't be there for this game here. I think Hela, of course, been a very contentious pick tonight. Been having a lot of MVP performances. Emma Frost immediately out of the pool. Does not want that in conjunction for these matches. Does not want any unknown variables. Of course, teams have had different experiences with the amount of times they've had to scrim with Emma Frost as well. So not wanting to have that in the equation. The Maul is saved, and as well as Psylocke is saved there. Down to the final bans for both of the teams.
Yeah, the final one. The final countdown. Who will be locked down? It will be Luna locked down. Considering the Namor locked in, it definitely makes sense to see that, but we'll see what the next ban will be from Macquarie now. So they look to hold this one down a bit longer. Just to really take into consideration. And Invisible Woman will be the one shut out. So now it's the pick time, and there it is. Technovius straight on the Hulk. Didn't doubt that for a second. Tashi on the Star-Lord as well. They're playing into their confidence picks right now, Racket. And I am very eager to see if they are going to be able to find their spark here.
Yeah, for sure. See how things kick off for this series, as I have a feeling this first match is going to be very pivotal into how the rest of the ones go as well. see how both of these teams can launch themselves into a potential victory here. And I think from both of these squads as well, their team composition is a little bit different from what we've seen on the previous matches, especially, you know, the Thing and the Hulk haven't been the most picked tanks tonight for the time being. Had a little bit of the Hulk, dabbled in that for quite a little bit, but obviously I think speaking on, you know, before, we do have a couple of Hulk players that just sort of really make that pick a lot more powerful, and in conjunction, if you do have an Amor player on your team, that team up can be extremely deadly to deal with. See if the healers can really facilitate that playstyle as well. Make sure that that dynamic duo can really shine bright indeed. And of course, you have the Thing to worry about in that regards as well. Can be very good at shutting down a Hulk engage because of their ability to negate the incoming dashes as well. So you're on the lookout for that timing.
Out for the timing, and look out for the damage. Technovius falls immediately to WotOCE there. And shut down all of those tanks, but Technovius is back thanks to JustATuna there, so definitely eager to see what else they can find. Pikachu actually takes down Tashi, and I like how Six is just playing the turret defense this time. Really looking to just whittle down the damage from a distance here. Namor trying to get them in the back line, but they're easily dealt with by Six there. Nascenly saying goodbye. Now Six trying to push up with the rest of the fellas. We'll see what they can do.
And speaking of picking up confidently as well in this first fight under their belt, really making sure to try and snowball it as well, and just this aggressive positioning. This is exactly what they're about, setting up a turret right near the initial spawn choke point, being facilitated by the squad as well, with a shield placed right in front. And also using, once again, the Thing to try and make sure that the Hulk doesn't get a cleaner engage off as well. And Clobber in time was negated a little bit by the incoming Magneto shields as well to try and help out there. So nice timing on that, but still relentlessly pushing forward with the assistance of the supports.
Yeah, relentless, ruthless aggression, and it does pay dividends. Wow. Armed and dangerous over and over again here. Technovius, escapes into spawn, but Tashi not so lucky. Joji ready, an executioner. Oh, just missed the armed and dangerous cooldown there. I thought it was going to happen again, but not this time. Ooh, Pikachu ready with the Meteor as well. Gonna bring that one out. Does take out Crescent there. Decent shot, and gonna slot it in again. Here we go. It's time to go Super Hulk, and we'll see what they can manage from it. Monash, though, steadily gaining pace here and getting closer and closer to the end.
Definitely are. They're being ruthlessly aggressive, as you said before. That's definitely a key takeaway from this match so far. Definitely trying to get the picks at the start of the fight every single time. Now maneuvering a little bit, because obviously they have to deal with the Star-Lord up the sky. But the whole squad is focused in making sure to try and negate that for the time being. Has had to retreat and at least give the point over, but happy to re-engage for the time being and get the troops at least contesting and resetting for the next fight here.
Yeah, just rinse and reset. They've got a lot of flexibility to do it, you know. I mean, like, Monash at 99% right now, Macquarie. It's an uphill battle from here. We'll see if they are going to be able to be resilient enough to hold on for it. Monash stacking up, getting that death ball position ahead. But here comes the ultimate. Six goes down nationally. Good for the first there. Six is back though, thanks to Jaded. Maybe it could be finding more, but managed to take Technovius down. That's going to be a big one for them. There could be more around the corner as well. Good to come back from JustATuna though, but the Amplifier definitely pumping things up a notch.
Definitely. Amplifier can really help with the engage there. Cleaning up the fight a little bit quicker too. And really making sure to snowball based off that as well. Giving the extra durability too, obviously because of that change. And going to be a pretty quick one here. Now trying to fend off the onslaught, trying to contest the last bits of the point, but now they have secured it. Stellar Spaceport has been obtained, captured, and we'll now find ourselves next on Warrior Falls. But I kind of do like the strategy of kind of sacking that fight kind of beforehand, resetting as well, getting back onto the point, sort of saying, hey, you know, it's okay, we lost sort of this fight, having the kind of presence to say we can get onto the next one, reset, and have that mental fortitude to really get back into the fight and just dominate the next one straight afterwards as well. So great job from them indeed for this one, and they have the opportunity to do and engage, have the Rocket Raccoon fight, Rocket Raccoon ultimate for the next fight, sorry. The damage boost can provide a pretty good utility and a good on switch for the team to walk forward and try and get a pick on the side of this as well.
4, 3, 2,
Yeah, definitely looking to get their best foot forward into this one and
got it.
see if they can do just that. Heading in to the second sector now. Tashi, rising from above, does have their teammates pushing in from the front lines here. Monash, all pushing together. They've already found Tashi. Now look to crash down their teammates as well. First kill right around the corner, I am certain, but no one going down yet. Whoa's been caught in the front line there. Does have plenty of heals, and the amplifier coming up as well now. This is going to be enough to push their damage over the line, and just like that, the kills starting to roll in one after the other. Helix does come back thanks to just a tuner, but everyone else getting wiped out. That is going to be initial point percentage coming out from Monash here, remaining ever confident.
Sure, and that's deadly when you have a Monash that's still confident and has captured the very first point as well, because you've seen what they do immediately after their capture. They're not afraid to push forward and get these aggressive angles to make sure that you don't have any breathing room, make sure you don't get any clean engages off as well, and really pushing their limits, breaking them if you will. Now they will find themselves getting a fair bit of damage, but now they will find themselves kind of retreating for a little bit, kiting back together in unison as a team, trying to mute down the Hulk on the engage there as well. Damage boost will help Macquarie here in this situation too, to try and solidify some kills.
Yeah, really trying to solidify some kills here, really trying to see and find out something more. The more we do have the Galactic coming out there. Tashi is trying to do what they can here. Joji does get shut down. That's a big one from Tashi there. We're going to see if they can find more as well. There is a more kill potential. Whoa, very low, but does get healed straight back up. Said to there. Big meteor, but no one goes. 6 alive and well, trying to spell them out. Tashi's gone, more to follow. 6 not wallowing in it, just focused up. The tracking is insane. The firepower even more so. Technovia's taken down to Bruce form and taken down even further. So Monash pulling up the sight once again and push it past the 50% mark. And now look to push them even further away, get them into their own spawn.
Yep, this is what they do, trying to push their advantage. Won't be surprised if they use an early ultimate here to try and snowball as well. Also, Macquarie University in a situation where they might only have one fight left. Getting a nice hook and push back, making sure that the Hulk is not in the form. A little bit of an awkward alt angle there for the Winter Soldier, so does not get the reset, unfortunately, as the lip of the tunnel ended up interrupting the angle. Unfortunate, but still they are remaining to play aggressive here. And it looks like there is a little bit of a temporary pause for the time being, but see what happens here.
Yeah, hopefully everything should be all good momentarily. Looks like we do have just a little technical difficulties from one of our players, but they'll be back in a moment here, so all's well. Good to give the players a bit of a chance to reset in the meantime as well. Oh, maybe not. Dancing with our feelings there, Racket. You know, I thought maybe they're just teasing us. We'll be back soon. Don't worry.
Yes, soon, but not that soon. Of course, I need to get back into the game there, but still, you know, so far in this match, I think Monash really playing to their strength at really utilizing their aggressive nature, taking a lot of these very early fights as well, saying, at least if we do lose here, we have an opportunity to immediately contest afterwards. Macquarie University get a little bit of percentage. At least we have the opportunity to get a back straight afterwards as well. So they've been very, very good at being consistent in that avenue, at kind of leading them almost into a little bit of false sense of security as well. So see how it ends up working for this next little part for this team.
Yeah, we'll see what is going to be coming to this, I suppose. You know, what they might be able to make of themselves heading into this one. Definitely appreciate all of you for bearing with us at the moment. Hopefully, we should be good with our players momentarily here, but still good to give Macquarie, I suppose, a bit of time to reset, try and rethink how they want to approach the rest of this one, because you know it's rough racket, right? You're facing off against, I suppose, a behemoth, and they need to figure out a way to try and bring themselves out. Right? Speaking of bringing it out, there we go. We're back out the gates and into the game.
Yep, back into the fray indeed. And immediately back into the battle. Both of these teams head on. A little bit of a 1v1 happening there on point, but cancelled out once again. So close to the end as well. So we'll have to wait for a little bit for the time being. Hopefully things do end up resolving quite soon. Apologies for the delays in that end.
They're all good again. So back onto the point now. Technovius, good kill onto Jaded there. Looking to see if they can shut anyone else down. Pikachu does have the Meteor available, so might actually be able to activate that to try and wipe them off the point a little bit here. You know, they've got a little bit of things that they can rely upon, but whether they're going to be able to bring them out is another story entirely. But let's see what we can do now. Jaded and Co. Gonna slide up to the point. Technovius does have the ultimate available. Can they go? Absolutely wild on that hold there, but we'll see if that's going to be happening. Nix also do a bit of damage here. Amplifier up. There it is. The damage now rolling in, and they are just wreaking havoc on this one. It is absolutely wild.
Yeah, massive amount of damage there from X. Also utilizing the team up of the Raccoon there as well. Really chunk down the tanks immediately, even after the ultimate still being a persistent threat. Speaking of persistent threats, what's one way to get rid of them? A little bit of whack-a-mole, but courtesy of the Winter Soldier diving up into the sky and whacking the heads of the opposition that so happened to be right beneath them. Very good way of initiating the cleanup crew sequence indeed. And the kill feed will still be lighting up red in favor of Menashe, and they are doing a very good job. Still, a couple members left here from Macquarie University to clean up, but it is cleaned up. Sweeper's duty, and they will find themselves winning the first map here.
That's right, they will be able to make it theirs. Great stuff. Coming through from Monash to take out the first win there. And Six are going to be on that MVP as well. They definitely did a great job on their Punisher there. Really liked what they did with the turret, as well as utilizing that ultimate there. They were really locked in and certainly were able to play very effectively. Curious to see, I suppose, what they're going to bring into the second map here, and the same to be said of Macquarie. What they're going to be able to bring into the second map. You know, they've definitely faced their fair share of struggles. You can see they're playing into their confidence picks, but confidence picks for them seemingly are counted out by their opponents. So they need to make even further adaptations in order to try and find a positive path forward, because they have had little glimmers of hope. Like, don't get me wrong, they've been able to build a bit of point percentage there, which is great, but they need to take that one step further in order to try and get it to the end of that percentage point and or towards that point being taken there. So it's a tough journey, but there's at least some little positives that they can take from this.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Definitely some positives to extrapolate from that match, and of course, judging from their reaction as well, we might see a little bit of a change in the pick and ban phase, see if there's anything that was particularly a little bit annoying for them. Obviously, the Punisher performance was great in that avenue, really utilizing both the tank shred with the ultimate and also the team up with the rocket Raccoon there as well. So maybe even perhaps not focusing on the Punisher ban, but getting rid of the team up opportunity with the Raccoon as well. You can look at it from that angle as too, because that definitely is going to be a key factor when equating kind of the power level of Punisher. That team up definitely does give him a significant boost, especially up against a front line. So see how that ends up potentially changing for this match coming in now. Obviously, different type of format with this map as well. Not going to be the control free for all kind of brawly play style. Going to be a little bit more slower, a bit more methodical in kind of the approach that's going to be taken from the squads, perhaps. And hey, speaking of slower and methodical, I mean, we've seen a lot of dive bans. Venom has been pretty much wiped off the board for a lot of the nights so far as well. So we'll have to see if we do end up seeing more kind of like prevalent dive compositions coming into it as well, because we have been seeing kind of a little bit slower kind of turn for the meta. A lot more of these counter dive characters are being into play. Of course, you have the Emma Frost. Groot's honestly been a massive staple as well. So these things to take into consideration when coming into the map here for both of these teams.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things you need to take into consideration there, Racket, isn't there? And curious to see what those considerations are going to be brought into the fray there. And well, I love that mug, by the way. I wonder whose name's on that one. Yeah, I love that one. No, love it. But what else do we love? We love to see our players pumped up and giving it their all into the server. We certainly will be on our way through to that very shortly, everybody. Definitely eager to see what the picks and bans are going to look like. You know, what kind of characters we might be letting slip and or seeing put through. Because, I mean, you think about picks and bans, right? And it's true time and time again, like week by week, where you might try and counterpick a team like Monash, and we saw that Macquarie tried to do that when we saw that Hella ban come through, because we know that Six is really good at playing that Hella, so they try and go for those targeted bans, but they can target ban one thing. But Monash have so many different ways to adapt around it that it's almost counterintuitive. I feel like with that in mind, they should maybe even just completely try and change their approach towards the pick and ban phase, just to try and pick for themselves or like ban around themselves, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's really tough to try and maneuver that stage considering the circumstances they're dealt with.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Matty. And that kind of aspect, you pick around yourself. What does that kind of mean as a team? So to elaborate on that, which is a very good point, Matty, is kind of saying, okay, maybe we're going to stylistically go for a particular comp. So we're going to ban specific picks that will counter our comp, predicting that the opposition is adaptable enough to lock them in to then go against us, if that kind of makes sense. So if we're playing a straight up dive comp, then perhaps we're going to be locking or banning picks that would be default kind of like swap offs that would be good against that type of composition. Say, for example, as like a basic vanilla kind of response there. So that could perhaps be something to go for, sort of striving towards their identity rather than specifically targeting Monash out here. So see how that ends up working, see what their philosophy is coming into it. Perhaps they just maybe felt too overwhelmed and might immediately ban out kind of any of the power picks that were left open for the previous match too, because it's a very easy match to be like, okay, this person just popped off. Let's get rid of it. Let's not deal with it ever again. Come on, guys. Like, how do we let this through? It's kind of, that reality when you're in like a team together, right? So, emotions can kind of get you in that avenue. And I think as a squad, it's important to be kind of raising your morale.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you there, Racket. You got to really try and raise your morale, try and see if you can do whatever you can here. Just really give it your all. Speaking of giving it your all, though, it looks like, again, Macquarie going to be banning out the Hella into play into the Hulk, because, Technovia is very confident on that Hulk pick there. So bans coming out on the other side, though. Captain America, we've seen a lot of confidence on that pick come through from Macquarie in the past as well. And the Scarlet Witch, one that they certainly can play into. So Emma Frost this time being locked in, that's dangerous. I worry what a team like Monash can do with a pick like that. But speaking of picks, again, we do see another band come out, Psylocke this time. Characters that Monash can certainly play around, without a doubt. They can play into something like a Psylocke, we've seen it before, but the lock-in counterpart now is going to be the Namor. Now, I'm curious what Monash will lock in turn. They're really taking their time to think about this one.
And there we go. Well, they've locked down their tank duo, so that's pretty much sorted for them. Let's see if they decide to go for both the Emma Frost and the Magneto. But something to take into consideration from the previous game as well, Matsy, is that Emma Frost was banned out there from Macquarie University, so maybe they know that perhaps Monash can be a threat on this. Maybe they're banning it because they just know it's a powerful pick in general. Obviously, a lot of the teams tonight so far have said that it is a power pick to take into consideration. So let's see how it ends up panning out here. Obviously, it can be a little bit of a mind game as well. It could potentially not even pick those picks, but it looks like they are going to go for it. I was going to say, because they did end up saving the Magneto, but they're heading towards the Groot as their secondary tank, perhaps even the Penny Parker here.
Bye.
Yeah. The Hawkeye from Macquarie University.
Curious.
There we go.
Yeah, we were synced up or something, right? Yes. But
Yes, fine.
no, we are going to be getting into the matchup now. Curious to see how Monash are going to be able to play into this one. They brought out the Emma Frost. Do have Adam Warlock available as well there on Woj, and Pikachu jumping into the Penny. Penny, one of the tanks you don't see as much of these days, but on a map like this, I can definitely understand it. You know, they can play that one well with the mines there into the offense and even particularly into the defense, holding down those choke points. One that they can certainly find potential on, but they have switched off. It's Groot time. And speaking of Groot time, let's see how they approach this attack. They dive into it now. Quarry already preparing themselves here. Tashi trying to hold from above. 6 trying to get in their face, get up close and personal. Tashi doing a good job to get a bit of damage through there, building up that power, trying to shut these characters down, but no one going down yet. And this is allowing a bit of momentum for Monash, but they are going to be able to find Pikachu. At least they had that passive there. They do get their player back, but speaking of players back, again, Rocket is doing work there. 6 coming back as well. Just all working out for both sides at the moment, but Monash, they're edging their way ahead.
They certainly are. Props to Monash as well for clearing those Namor turrets while really making sure that the defense doesn't have those pecking at their sides throughout the whole time across this engage. Nice job, even from the support players. Everyone is on the ball in regards to making sure that they aren't getting as much value as they should have. And still, in Macquarie University, their composition does excel at a longer range with what they're trying to achieve. And Monash taking the kind of fight to them here and really pushing forward, especially in conjunction with a damage boost, really incentivized to get those aggressive angles and picks at the start of these fights. And they find themselves with a pretty early push coming forward for this first point. And if it's anything like they've played previously, they will not say that that is the end of it. They will continuously try to gain the ground as well. Will be exiled for a little bit, but the suppression does come out straight afterwards and looking to maneuver forward to get more after it, and will find themselves to try and get a support pick afterwards. The Groot ult does come in response to try and catch the overzealous aggression.
Yeah, and they do find some results out of that one there, so we'll be able to push back for a second longer here. Curious to see what else they are going to be able to make of it. There we go. Pikachu and 6 take down 3, looking for more as well. And this does allow them even more point presence here. Technovius out of here as well. Walls proving to be their worst enemy. We'll see what else they are going to be able to do here. They hold back, but in the meantime, Monash, they just keep up the aggression, leave a couple on the point there. The point already almost getting over the edge, but speaking of over the edge, Macquarie go over the edge and try and get on top and try and stop them here. Fighting their time, Amplifier comes up again. see if it is going to work out in their favor now. Really doing whatever they can. 6 on the Galactic as well, doing a lot of damage. Good night, Crescent, and more. They are just shutting down all those squishy characters and taking complete control of the point here.
Definitely. And they're very good at securing it as well, as they've managed to go through to the third point extremely quickly in really a absolutely fantastic fashion as well, because they continuously make sure to create these angles at the start of these fights to get these picks, much like Six is doing. Keeping their cooldowns available as well so that they can escape afterwards, and it's facilitated by the team straight afterwards. They're pushing in forward of 6 as well. Now going on the supports in the back. They really are not putting the pedal to rest here, and escapes without a response there too. Trying to find anything. Macquarie University are trying to get the picks back here, but they're not really finding a massive sort of grasp on the opposition.
Yeah, not really able to find that grasp, and we'll see. They are going to be able to take on this one. Kills coming out one after the other here for Monash right now, forcing them back to spawn time and time again here. Macquarie struggling over and over again, and you're going to see what they can muster in these last crucial moments. Monash once again delivering damage over and over here, forcing them out and not allowing even a slither of hope.
What Ultimates will prove to be important though, trying to stall out the time for just that little bit. Every second does count in this context as well. In case Macquarie University do manage to get the full push themselves, to get themselves the best chance, let's say if a tiebreaker scenario does break out, but still making the proof that this team is consistent in what they want to achieve. The Groot Ultimate came out to try and lock everyone down, pushing forward once again, and still so close. The Ultimate coming out afterwards just was so, and they seal it in very, very quick fashion indeed. A little bit slow on the third point, but that's to be expected, as you know, the spawn points are so close. But that is a pretty good victory so far there on that attack. Obviously there's still work to be done, right? There's two sides to this coin, but Macquarie University, they need to push through the whole way here.
They need to go the whole distance, otherwise they could have a bit of a difficult challenge ahead of them here, but we'll see what they are going to be able to cook. Heading in to this next section, Tashi brings out the Human Torch, so trying something different with the Storm there. I like the combination. Will it work though? That's the big question, and we'll see. They are going to be able to make this theirs. Technovius has changed it up as well onto the Magneto now, so
Get ready.
everyone trying to adapt here, trying to change up the momentum of this one, see if they can capture some kind of way forward. Because if they can get it over the line towards the end as well, that's great. You know, we go towards the overtime section again. We see who can manage to put their best foot forward here, but Monash, certainly not a team to mess with, and already they've got the penny out, so they are looking to put up those mines and make sure they bolster their defenses here.
Very true, Matty. With this type of competition, they're really wanting to commit to this first point hold. I'm saying that Penny's not going to be as useful up against the couple flyer composition that Macquarie University do have. She can't exactly control the skies as easy, but the rest of the squad will help out. Courtesy of 6 getting a double kill there, so that will definitely be the courtesy of the fly swatter, and will continue to push forward in the backline as well. Incredibly aggressive, being facilitated by the healers. It does have a resurrection, of course, because of the team up too, so can safely play that way without really too much repercussions.
Yeah, they can manage to safely bolster their efforts here. Look to deliver everything in their power. Speaking of power, Galactic available and activated. Big wait on it, trying to damage them down, but they will be shut down themselves. Tashi, good to find it there, looking for more as well. So this is looking good, finally turning some of the momentum against them here. Worry, finding their spark.
Certainly are. I do like their side of change of team comp with the identity that they're going for the time being. Could be potentially looking for the massive wombo combo as well, focusing down the storm immediately though, so that is shut down for the time being. Oh no, she's coming through now. There we go. Of course, need to be worried about the Human Torch combo as well. Such an incredible amount of damage coming in there. Really useful in penetrating through the support cooldowns too. We'll be aggressively going towards the backline as well to get some more ultimate charge, really looking to utilize that combo more often as well. Magneto being the one at the front here to lead the charge, very close at trying to dismantle the opposing backline, but the support are doing a great job at making sure that they're okay. Of course, the aerial control is going to be an incredibly important aspect of the Macquarie composition. Make sure that they avoid the Penny mines. BkWhatOCE Penny has used her ultimate on the point here.
Certainly have, running wild, putting mines down and trying to sweep them out. They will be able to catch them scurrying away into those little angles there.
Healing power.
Not able to find much from the ultimate this time, but at least they are going to be good to alter their defenses here. Hold on a while longer. We'll see what they are going to be able to find now. Holy moly, the damage coming through there. 2 kills coming out. 6 might even be able to go for a few more. Looking to push around the bend. TS just diving straight into them over and over again here. Does have the Galactic available as well if they need it. Ooh, slipping back. Will get healed and will be able to fall into it. But we'll see. Managed to hold on to that throughout the rest of this battle as well.
Flank does come through in the back line as well. Does immediately get focused down though. Tashi's been very good at marking the opposing Star-Lord there in 6, and that's exactly what you need to be doing, because 6 has been popping off recently in this series as well. So trying to decline the incoming flanks. Ultimates are coming out as well. Human Torch is just burning the whole opposition here. Flame on, and is camping the spawn as well where the resurrection is, making sure that the team can't get through in conjunction with the group walls as well, making a very good amount of zoning here to grab the team space.
Granting the team a space and already try and take them to outer space. We'll see. They are going to be able to capture a little more out of this one now. Real firepower comes through with the amplifier there. 6 now shut down. Nass and Lee looking for more. The egg going down as well. Good focus there from them. Magnovia's out of here. Nass and Lee's back. Teammates might be going back to spawn as well. Here we go. More to follow. 6 locking in, not getting locked down. Good pressure coming out. They will be able to further it as well. Galactic available if they need it. They're just going to be just addition out raw firepower on this one.
Definitely are, definitely are. An aggressive vantage point as well, trying to contest that little section of the high ground, especially this little point here towards the start as well of the Penny Parker mines. Just has been cleared out though. She does have a little bit of a flank opportunity at the top, positioning. I'm going to maybe set up the Star-Lord here as well. Does have the ultimate available. Retreating for the time being, waiting for cooldowns to be used, and now pushing themselves up into the sky and still being marked by the Human Torch there. 1v1 isn't quite being one-shot this time, and does get the favor of Tashi here. 6, revenge has been served. But as a result of that, of course, you have to worry about the storm amidst, courtesy of course, the storm and the fire joining that as well, with the tornadoes or cyclones or whatever they are, the swirly death balls of fire, doing a great job there.
Yeah, the swirly one. Yeah. We love it. And keen to see how the swirly whirlpool tornado thingies will go as we jump in to the next sector now. 6 holding it down from up above. dishing out a bit of damage there. Macquarie trying to pod their way in and not going to be able to do it though. Pikachu, let's go. So they actually do find an opening. Jaded, good to bring them back. We'll see. They are going to be able to find any more as well. Present. Good for it, and here comes the Penny ultimate there. 6 back as well. This is going to be good. It's going to bring a lot of damage. They are locked down for a second though. We'll be able to stay alive a bit longer. Here comes some kills from Macquarie. Good timing on it too. Overtime timer going to be their worst enemy. Macquarie need to pick it up and quick. Otherwise, they're going to be in big trouble.
And saving a pivotal ultimate for a pivotal time. Cleanup crew is engaged once again from 6. It's so difficult to deal with that when all you have to do is contest the point, because Star-Lord just rains from above and there's nowhere you can hide. And that will grant the victory in a clutch fashion. Well played, fantastic timing, clutch stuff as usual. And they'll continue to be as confident as ever because they are continuing to be dominant in these matches as well.
Absolutely. Bringing out the confidence, bringing out the dominance, and 6 going to be MVP there once again, delivering damage, delivering justice into the game here. Definitely doing a great job of keeping themselves composed. And they will be able to add another one to the tally there. So, once again, Racquetz, we see things all tied up for Monash and UTS, and this makes me all the more keen to see which of those two teams is going to be able to topple over the other as that matchup does come through. Definitely eager for what's ahead. But speaking of what's ahead, we're going to find out exactly what's ahead when we get back from this break. Welcome, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series here. We have Marvel Rivals, and we have many arrivals on the scene from many great teams once again. But speaking of the greatest team of them all, we have a representative here right now, Pikachu!
Hello, hello.
Welcome in, my man, and big congratulations on the victory once and for all. You guys played super duper well, but I suppose jumping straight into it, what were your thoughts going into the ban phase there? Because I know that you guys are very adaptable, so I feel like a lot of teams try to ban around you, but obviously with the adaptability of your team, you guys are very flexible. So I suppose, how do you approach banning against them as opposed to their approach to you?
So I'll quickly not answer your question. We don't really care what they ban. Like we're all happy to play whatever we want to. As far as their bans go, we knew that Technovius, Big Hulk, Big Cap, so it had to be one of those two. Tuna, I was fighting for the Rocket ban. I know he's a Rocket One trick, but my team was saying that no, Scarlet Witch was more important because I'm a little bit washed up this season. Haven't played much. Did not realize Scarlet Witch was so good. So yeah, I let them go for the Scarlet Witch ban. And then what was our other ban? The Lunar Snow, because we knew that instead of Scarlet Witch, they'd be playing the Namor, and Lunar Snow team up with Namor, obviously very annoying. So we just ran those three bans, and we were going to switch it up game 2 depending on what they protected, but because they ran the same protects, kept the bans the same and didn't have to worry.
And in regards to kind of, stemming off that confidence with your statement about like the ban things, I think it kind of translated sort of in your gameplay as well, right? I think, if a few teams after they kind of win that initial fight, they'll probably just, go more of like a defensive kind of stance, kind of regroup, regather a little bit. But you guys are a lot more aggressive and like to kind of press the question, get a nice early fight through the next one. You think that's like kind of akin to like your guys' play styles like a team, and that's why you're kind of a little bit more successful because you guys aren't scared to kind of approach those situations?
Yeah, definitely. I think we're all confident in our own abilities. I think that's something we didn't see last game. Lick's team, UNSW, they were not pushing the advantages they had, and that meant that they lost the first map. And we're all here cheering for QUT. We're like, oh, if they win, knocks Lick down a comp, knocks Lick down on the ladder, and well, sadly, UNSW prevailed, but I feel like our aggressive playstyle, it's definitely just, we all believe in ourselves. We're all confident in our skills. We're flexible. We're good at the game. I mean, there's not much else to say. We hit the ZU Fiend Soul Bond. Oh, actually, sorry, I think that's the ZU Adam Soul Bond now. I can't keep up with all of WHOCE's nicknames, but I don't know. We're definitely one of the most aggressive teams we've seen. I think that holds up with how well we've done and contributes to that.
Yeah, and I suppose stemming off the confidence there and how well you've done, I feel
I cannot
heading into oh,
sorry, my Discord has
everything
just
is,
killed itself.
all good in a second there, maybe. We'll just try and
Yes, I'm back.
Oh, he's back. He's back. All right. Now, as I was saying there, stemming off the welcome back. But stemming off the confidence there, both yourselves and UTS remain undefeated in matches so far. So I guess, how are you feeling about that matchup? Because I know it's probably right around the corner.
I believe they're our next matchup. It's either them or Swinburne, and we're definitely preparing for it. So I know that as far as my preparations go, I might have to go from about 4 total games played this season, jump it up, maybe try and play, I don't know, go for about another 5 games in the next week. That's probably all the prep I need to do. But I think, I can't leak too many of our secrets, but we have a very, very strong understanding of what other teams like to play. We like to study the VODs a little bit. So there's going to be a bit of looking at what UTS has been playing and trying to see what our target bans are, what we're going to be encountering, what team comps we should be running, and just go from there. But I'm looking forward to it.
That's great, and we certainly are looking forward to it too. We're thinking of it as the Clash of the Titans, and can't wait to see what's on its way. But I guess Pikachu, once again, big congratulations to you and your team, mate. Keen to see what's going to happen within the next few weeks there, and just keen to see how it all goes down.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you. There we go. Great interview once again, Racquetz. Great to get some insights from our players as always, and we love to see what's ahead of us. Always great to see what's on the horizon. And you know what else is on the horizon, Racquetz? Our last match of the evening. That's what's on the horizon, and definitely eager to see exactly how that one's going to go down. And that's going to be UOM taking on RMIT. Seen them before. We're going to see them again, and definitely excited for what is to come. But what's to come, Racquetz? Well, it's our rosters.
And just for context as well, folks, both of these teams are tied on the standings as well. So sitting round about right in the middle of the leaderboards. And this is an incredibly important one for both of these teams to deviate from the pack and kind of go towards the upper section of the ladder. So, feel free to take away, Matthew.
Yeah, that's right. They are looking to see if they can get towards the upper sections of the ladder there, and eager to see how they will be able to do it. Obviously, UOM, Swaggy, Izax, Razor Arcanum, Frank, No You, Me, Cyclone, RMIT, and Ninja, Smiles, Osaragi, Kari, Ethan Winters 44, and Alk. The players you know, the players you love, and which team is going to be able to rise above? That is going to be the test, which both of them must try and pass with flying colors here. And we will see what they can achieve. Our map is going to be before us as well.
Yeah, for sure. And Control has been probably our closest format for the night so far. I think for a lot of the teams, that tends to be kind of the closer format, I guess, warming up into it. We've already spoken in regards to a couple of players feeling like they're maybe getting a little bit rusty getting into it as well. So, definitely going to be something to take into consideration. Of course, being the final match of the day. Maybe some of these folks have been looking at the games before too. So getting a little bit of context as to what's been before them. And now they have the opportunity to end the night at their will as well. Pick and ban phase, here we are.
Here we are, here we go. Bans already start to flow. We've got Root going down. We'll see what else is yet to follow as well. Hold back a second. Psylocke. That's going to be the first one to go. And we'll see what they lock in just after this one. Certainly thinking about their options here. And I guess it's really the time. It's crunch time, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. Certainly is crunch time for both of these squads, seeing how they can launch the series off. And what better way to do it than to sort of scout each other out at the beginning of the phase. Of course, ban phase is where both of these teams have the opportunity to kind of mold their drafts. And much like a few of these games as well, Vanguard's getting a fair bit of attention. Thor, that's going to be a little bit of a rare ban coming into there. So perhaps a bit of a targeted one coming through as well, not wanting that onto the board. And yeah, but just a massive Vanguard presence already. So we have 4 of the Vanguards in our ban so far, at least being saved or banned for the time being. Of course, Hella as well. She's always one to be reliably in our match as well. She's been extremely popular, and I think she's a character a lot of players kind of naturally lend towards as well.
Yeah, definitely can see the potential behind that one, considering how well we've seen the players play around that character into the evening tonight. But we'll see what is going to be coming forward into the next pick here. There we go. It's Hulk time.
5 Vanguards.
Yeah. Unleash the Vanguards.
Mhm.
But speaking of Vanguards, I think the Thor ban's got to be a targeted ban because we haven't seen much Thor come out of teams these days. You know, like we think we haven't seen any Thor tonight, as a matter of fact. But we're gonna ban Human Torch and more. We're on to the picks now, Mr. Racquetz, and it's all looking stock standard for the moment.
I suppose something to take into consideration for the Thor ban as well, especially if you see that the Hela is saved. It's sort of declining that team up opportunity with the resurrections coming out as well. So really making sure that that overly aggressive playstyle is sort of taken out of the mix, making sure that Hela kind of is a little bit less flexible in what she can achieve, not having that opportunity for the troops to just kind of just relentlessly go forward and end up resurrecting as she gets the frags out. So especially with no Yumi, and have good performances there as well. So see how it ends up panning for both of these squads. I mean, both of them will be picking the Hela too in this regard as well. So already something that both of these DPS players will be cycling for the time being. And tanks will find themselves a little bit different for both of these squads and what they're achieving. Both, of course, sporting the Emma Frost has been extremely popular tonight as well, Matsy. But the difference is the Thing and also... actually, they're both not another Thing. There was a Hulk previously, but here's the Thing. It was swapped off. So now both teams, of course, spawn doors are open, and they'll find themselves in the midst of Thing.
That's right, into the thick of it, and ready to rumble. Let's see how it all goes down now. Raggy, good start. Takes down Kari there. See what else they can manage. They hold back a second longer. Swaggy traded out by Usaragi as well. And now just waiting things out here.
Seeing how things end up panning out on the point, is this is where the fight is going to commence. Especially the tanks, the Thing going to be dedicated to really holding down the fort there, but you need to be careful, of course, of the onslaught on the side here. Ella pressed with the Loki, getting so much value on that high ground, really needing to focus that down because that's where a lot of the damage is coming in, of course, as well. And now pushing forward, getting sort of more of the staggers. This is what we like to see, especially on control, getting potential picks afterwards, getting more ultimate charge there available as well. Now retreating for the time being too, especially for these high ground opportunities. The Loki with the Hela liking to be set up as well. Long range sort of threats here. Towards the choke point can get a massive amount of value, especially the Loki here, using the land to try and sustain themselves. And Hela is absolutely getting a massive amount of value, contesting on the side, wanting a 1v1. It's not quite a fair fight. We'll have to retreat for the time being. And still feed is continuing to light up in the red.
Yeah, paint the town red, that's what they're doing, and we'll see just how much paint is going to be in the bucket here as they are going to be lighting things up, bringing out the smiles and dialing it up a notch. They've bypassed the 50% mark now as well, RMIT. So looking pretty good so far. We'll see what else they are going to be able to manage as they hold on a little longer. Good ult coming out from Hela there. Usaragi and no Yumi. Both just trying to hold each other. All right. I see you. I see you. Yeah, they're having a party in there. It's Hela time, you know.
And now the fight will find itself progressing onto the point. There's been a little bit of a response there from you, OM here. There we have the Star-Lord in the sky being tracked by the Iron Fist that will be eliminated. Now cutting around the point. Nice shot, of course, from the Hela once again. A sniper in disguise, courtesy of the blades launching from the wrists themselves. Very good stuff there. Does find themselves onto the point for the first time here. Let's see how much they can hold it. That's going to be the key thing there. Still, 97%. Going to be difficult to deal with. One slip up and they'll find themselves going towards the next map as the losers.
Oh, that's rough. Hela trying to hold back and push in the pro form there. Won't be able to do it. So they are going to be just to take another angle. But let's see they can manage now. Good focus from Razor Arcanum here, just trying to shut down those little pylons, but see what else they are going to be able to achieve. No, you, me. Good shutdown then. And more to follow. Irax is out of here. Osaragi locked into this one, looking for more. Oh, the tracking is superb there. Just look at that. They will find kill after kill. Oh my god. I thought they were about to get another one from downtown. Ari gets that one. My word, Racquetz. That's scary. That's the Grim Reaper right there with those shots.
Definitely is. Continues to be on fire. That's definitely going to be someone that is going to be targeted through. Gonna have to if you're going to score a victory here. Ari does follow up though with the cleanup as well. Star-Lords have been very good at sort of providing that pressure at the end. A couple of times I've seen this combo with the Hela kind of providing the upfront damage, making sure that folks are low. Then you have the Star-Lord aggressively going towards the back line to kind of secure these kills as well, in case any of the shots miss. So double duo there, double whammy with what that was sort of achieving there, and see how the dynamic duo does end up working for this fight too, as they do have kind of a little bit more of a range advantage. They can have the opportunity to harass a little bit at the start of this fight to try and get a health pool difference. So to see how that ends up working out for that squad there. But you know, I'm keen to maybe see a pop-off Iron Fist performance. I'm keen to see one, because a lot of the time we have seen them in these games, but they do get shut down quite often. So perhaps this is the time for that opportunity to come into fruition.
Yeah, we'll see what they are going to be able to bring to the table now. Mission area unlocking very, very soon here. Here we go. And Ninja holding on for dear life. Looking to see if they can push their way in. Flaggy around the corner as well. Cyclone. For it. No, you, me. Trying to track down an enemy now. Amplifier comes up. More damage on its way through. We'll see. They can do. Good to disappear them as well now. They are going to hold back a second longer.
A lot of ultimates coming out from both of these squads. Really trying to secure that first point. Especially considering what happened previously. It seems to be quite a valuable asset indeed. UIM, actually, the time has come for them to capture the first point there, but still it is under fire. You do have the Hela in the sky responding as well, so only for a brief moment, getting a little bit of percentage, 11%. Not too much, but it is nothing to scoff at. A little bit of value there does provide a bit of disruption. Means that there has to be a little bit of work to be done to get back to that. There we go, nearly there, and superseded. There we go. And let's see how it ends up going for this next fight, of course. Ultimate is available for No You Me. Does have that resource available if needed. So especially transitioning towards this high ground can get a very good vantage point, but gets eliminated straight away. Bye-bye. Immediately dips down onto the floor, slippery, dippery, and eliminated. So great job there. That is a key pick to get at the start of the fight. Washing it down and making sure to get the right target.
Target neutralized. They will be looking for more, and Ninja trying to slice them down. Will be locking it up. Slobbering them down one after the other. We'll see if they are going to be able to find anything, but no, Yumi reaches for the sky, tries to shut them down, say goodbye, say hello. They won't be able to find anything from that. That is just disappointing for them. My word, they're not going to be happy with that at all, Racquetz.
Yeah, immediately being targeted. Really, the amount of damage coming through was quite high in that situation. It's squad burn time. CC does come out, but was blocked pretty well in that scenario. Be trying to retreat back, look for a counter attack perhaps. And both of these teams really going at it for the time being. Support ultimate may be the thing to sway things. Luna, Snow, people need to group up on her if they want to survive here. Iron Fist is going to be the resident flanker, trying to get the value. Does pop the ultimate, looking to get some picks, but is immediately countered with the support ultimate, not able to get the picks they wanted because of the defensive utility in play.
There we go. pushing down now. Cyclone say goodnight. So Yumi, ooh, shot comes out as well. Osaragi locked into it. OT time. And they will feel sublime. So there we have it. It's going to be RMIT taking it in to taking it into the map there. Love those closing statements from the players, by the way. That's great. But it's going to be a good starter for RMIT there. Alk going to be the MVP this time. Really great impact on the Loki, honestly. And yeah, just great to see how well they were able to play around each other. Curious to see if UOM can adapt heading into that second upcoming map here as well, because RMIT, they just showed the utmost confidence pretty much the whole way through.
Yeah, for sure. RMIT were definitely quite consistent. They did have the point slip under them a couple of times, but it was only for a very brief moment in time. It wasn't going past really the 20% mark in that avenue, so they didn't really leave any room to breathe in that aspect. So of course, we do find ourselves in a different format there. It's not going to be control once again, so there's opportunity to kind of revamp the playstyle, go for something a little bit different. We have been seeing a lot of Groot, especially on the second map. Yeah, people have been grouping as well, actually. You know, it is a team game, so that's a good idea. But, you know, really setting up the walls, looking for more of that front forward hold and aggressively really maintaining a choke to really lock down the opponent and not give them as much of an opportunity to breathe there. So we'll see if that ends up being a strategy. Even if you want to go full throttle on that, you can. Obviously, we've seen in Moon Knight before previously on the map before Penny Parker. So if you really want to lay into that gimmick as well, look for the full hold, full first point hold for the map here, and it's a possibility that could happen too. If you're on the losing side, that might be an investment for a strategy you could potentially go for and be like, hey, let's put all of our chips on the table. Let's see if we can just try to overload our kits to really function to support this first point hold. If we lose it afterwards, we can swap over. It's okay. We'll reset the strategy. If not, you have a decent ultimate economy maybe coming into the second point or such. But yeah, we'll see what ends up happening there.
That's right. We will be seeing what's going to end up happening there. Eager to see exactly how things go down into the next map here. It's definitely going to be an exciting one once it all gets revealed. Swords of Revealing Light. Let's see what is going to be in store. But curious to see, I suppose, how both teams adapt around their pick ban phase there. You know, what they might be able to bring through into this next sector. Speaking of, we are going to be into the pick ban phase right now. It's time. Root, goodbye, and perhaps more could follow.
For sure. Speaking of, you know, we're talking about the full hold strategy incoming, and RMIT immediately banned that out. So that's not going to be on the board. That is completely gone there. So don't worry about that being a potential strategy, as that has been completely locked out of the pick and ban phase. Won't be picked throughout the match. Another thing that's been taken away from the board as well was the Psylocke being an incredibly powerful pick with the DPS pool so far tonight as well. Now we have the Magneto being saved, still looking for the second save here. If they can get a good pick for them, they'll be laughing. And there we go. The Emma Frost is saved there, which we've seen a lot so far from tonight. So all smiles in that regard to seeing the new hero locked in. So we love to see it.
We love to see it, and love to see more on the horizon as well. Thorban going to be consistent on this side as well, Racquetz. So I feel like could see pretty much a mirror matchup. Like, yeah, pretty much a mirror pick ban phase here in some aspects. So definitely eager to see what they are going to bring through. Hulk's gone. So another pick to come through. UOM. What could they do? What could they choose? They need to find some way to break out. Find a way to really tap into their full potential, comparable to the last map we saw here. So this could be. There it is. Rockets. Racket for Rocket.
Mm-hmm. Rocket. It's always a unique opportunity when I lock in Rocket Raccoon in ranked. Having the name be so similar to Rocket Racket. Maybe that should just be the name of like an alternate account that I make, you know? Rocket Racket. It rolls off the tongue very well, so I appreciate that, Matsy. But once again, you're coming up with genius names. I appreciate it. But, you know, in order to become a genius, Matsy, you need to have something special about you. You need to have the it factor. And for the time being, you are needing to absorb that essence. They're needing to power up real quick if they are to win this match right here. Because the previous match, you know, looked a little bit dicey. They had their time in the sun for a little bit, but they didn't manage to get the job done in the end, really. Only small bites of brilliance, not enough to really write home about, but they were there, but just in small doses. So let's see if they can really bring home those small doses of possibility, up the dose a little bit to a win, perhaps, to pushing the objective a little bit further than their opponents, see how that ends up going. And this, of course, would be predicated by the draft that's incoming as well. Human Torch has been a target that has been prioritized a lot for the night as well. So obviously something that has been adapted over time in terms of its strength. And looks like we might be seeing a Wolverine. So I'm happy with that one, because haven't been seeing too much of the Wolvie. We've been seeing a lot of Hela, been seeing a lot of Star-Lord, seen a few Namors as well, but not quite Wolvie. Punisher, basically everything but in terms of the DPS pool. So good to see him out in the squad again. He's been swapped off, so with Cursed, no Wolvie anymore. Iron Man, now swap back to Wolvie. Please make your decision. Please lock in the Wolverine. This is a personal request. There we go, we're running with that. I appreciate it.
And I appreciate you, Racket. But let's see. Here we go. We are going to be jumping straight into the attack phase now. RMIT holding back. Trying their best to see what they can manage here. Ninja doesn't be holding forward. Yeah, they were violated just then. It looks like their teammates are no exception. Razor Arcanum's like, yeah, now you guys aren't attacking. Sorry.
Yep. Just immediately eliminated. And
deleted even.
I mean, her combo hurts. Like, she can just pretty much one-shot like a lot of the squishies, and if she grabs a tank, she can just sort of dislodge them and have the whole team follow up on them as well with that kick. So it really is a power pick in terms of getting a free sort of start of the fight pick. And speaking of a character that can initiate picks, Wolverine, the classic snatch and grab combo, and that gives them the power to eliminate the tank immediately afterwards as well. So great job. Resurrection does come out though. And something else that comes out, it is the Star-Lord ultimate, but is countered by Luna Snow, as she is covering the ground in a circle, dancing around, helping the team. They're all joyfully pushing forward now, and they're blocking the bullets away so that the damage doesn't come through.
They're blocking them out to try and keep things up. We'll see. They are going to be able to manage deeper into it. The Meteor is available for Air Ninja. That could be an opportunistic time ahead. Ooh, don't even need it. Osaragi will be able to deliver here. Looking to hold back into the corridor now. To push it through. It's good. Pressure allows their team straight over the line. And the first checkpoint will be locked in. Speaking of locked in, Razor Arcanum locked out of their teammates. And their teammates are now falling down. A domino effect, one after the other. They all fall down. And will they be able to hold things up as Ursuragi, relentless aggression, holds them back, and Rocket perishes.
Immediately bursted down, ruining one of the fellow members of the Star Guardian squad. Not very happy with that one. Bit of a betrayal, but still, Star-Lord happy with where he is at the time being. Continuously pushing forward. Obviously did get picked off there from Swaggy. Damage boost. Always get confused by how much damage Mantis does. She is an extreme powerhouse when it comes to support damage in that avenue. Magneto, speaking of damage, pushing forward, massive metal placed on the head of the Loki, punctured the horn, if you will. Nice pick there to launch things off the fight and still continuously pushing forward.
That's right, pushing forward and drawing the sword. Will they be able to manage more? Ooh, Wolverine finds someone, says hello, but they are going to have to say goodbye just as quick. Whoa, that HP almost down, but they do get healed just in the perfect time. Let's see. They are going to be able to elevate this point once again, taking it one step further, garnering deeper attention. That's good for damage, but not good enough. Razor Arcanum, good to stop them in their tracks. No Yumi might be stopped as well, just as promptly, but they do slip away into the darkness. Now, Sparks ignite, ultimates are prepared on both sides. It's time to raise the stakes.
Certainly is. And as we're sort of heading towards the middle part of this point, has been a little bit of a roadblock. Of into retreat for the time being, can't exactly find their way through. And do have a few ultimates available, but not really finding the correct engage. UOM haven't found a reason to use any of their resources available too, so RMIT, a little bit of a tricky situation here, seeing if they can maybe bait down some of the ultimates so they can have easier access for this fight as well. See how proactive they are for the fight, see if they want to elect to use anything to launch things off themselves. Speaking of something that can really help in that regard, it's the suppression ability of the Emma Frost, negating the incoming abilities outwards as well can really help with the economy. And Magneto looking for something big, but no, doesn't land the target.
No, doesn't land the target that time, but they might be able to be good for it this time as Ari delivers, hunting down their prey one after the other. They do not mess around. Frank the Smoke is dissipating like smoke, and now Ari will hold on in a wait for their teammates to push a little further. We'll see. They are going to be able to deliver a little more. The time comes through. Luna activates the ultimate, keep their teammates healthy as can be. They will be able to hold on a while longer.
Nice little spot for Loki there, getting a bunch of healing. Everyone grouped up in the back line and high ground secured. All grouped up. Magneto getting some nice cleanup crew kills there at the end. Of course, the team facilitating as well. Trying to dislodge the Raccoon off the high ground. A little bit of a pest there, but still has the front line to deal with as well. And will be slowly dismembering the members of the opposition. Resurrection coming out, so will be sort of immediately dismantled with after there as well. A little bit of a stagger, but shouldn't matter too much in the end. Moving forward now freely. Trying to get a little bit of aggression here. Maybe try and find some ground perhaps. Some leverage to really challenge the opposition on their incoming retreat. For the time being, looks like they're going to be focusing on the payload. Just going around this corner for the time being, taking it step by step.
Yeah, taking it step by step. Ready. Bring it down. Once again, good shots come out from Kari there on the Iron Man. It's slam dunk time, but unfortunately not going to be able to do much. They will be holding back a second longer here. We'll see. They can manage more though. The fight's still raging on. They are pushing back. Razor Arcanum, good to find some with no Yumi. Everyone getting a slice of the kill feed right now. And they do wipe them up. Nice counter-attack coming through from UOM there at these critical moments. And now they prepare themselves for what could be the last stand here. It's under a minute remains for RMIT now. And the pressure's on to get it to the finish line.
Definitely is. Both of these teams next to each other in terms of the standings right now, so every little bit certainly counts. Moving towards the back line now, support ultimates of course very, very vital. Suppression coming through, trying to pull the folks in so that they can be cleaned up. Magneto of course a key ultimate in conjunction to try and counter these support ultimates to get a one-shot charged up if need be as well. Does get some damage through, walking through to the back line as well. Trying to get the Iron Man on the side. Does retreat for the time being, but the poor Star-Lord the king of exploration himself is very good at scouting that out too. We'll be going back to the payload. Strange Portal is there looking for a flank, perhaps trying to get the folks off guard. Is spotted immediately though, and the team is communicating.
Yeah, communications coming through there. KO's coming through as well. No you me. Trying to find somebody, but the ultimate just healing too much. Healing there. So they are going to be forced to wait a second longer. Kari, though, does shut them down eventually. Looking to find a bit more as well. Good to bring their teammate back with the team up there. As Guardians on each other's backs when they'll get those kills there. But we'll see what else they are going to be able to do now. OG Timer still on lock here. RMIT on lock as well. Trying to lock in some kills here. And Ninja, good for the Meteor should they find the opportunity to use it. But ultimately, it's just such a tight spot that they're in. They need to find a way through, find a way forward to try and break apart this defense. Otherwise, it could be onto the switchover.
You're perhaps looking for an ultimate to counter. Are you waiting for No Yumi in regards to the Star-Lord, but did use it earlier, getting a double, and there we go, a Ninja gets a pick through. Will it be enough at the end of the day? Still, you do have contests on this payload for the time being. The kills aren't coming quick enough to really secure anything. You still have moments that this team is trying to take advantage of, but still can't get through. As UOM, they are using their ultimates right now, pushing forward. Star-Lord, courtesy of this, indeed, prime time. And it's another situation where the Star-Lord does come in clutch towards the end of the game there. A crucial ultimate to have, once again, because of everyone wanting to contest the same point. Limited opportunities to hide and really get a good re-engage there. So nice job from UOM successfully getting a defend there. RMIT not going the distance in that situation there, but still obviously some room to improve. They have the opportunity to maybe go all out here on the first offense to try and really push it to UOM here.
Yeah, really trying to take it to them, aren't they? But we'll see if they are going to be able to make this happen, to make this theirs as we get in to the switch over now. UOM going to be on the attacking side. RMIT going to be on the defense. So it's now both teams' time to prove themselves and show that they have what it takes in order to take this one step further. We'll see if they are going to be able to do just that. 15 seconds left in preparation. They now lay down the bricks of foundation for an amazing attack or an incredible defense. As the time for preparations now wears thin, let the battle begin.
It commences indeed, mate. It's time to see what RMIT have left in the tank for this defense. UOM, they are in the driver's seat for the attacking squad here. They're looking to play aggressively around this corner, trying to pivot RMIT across, retreating so that they can get as much yardage as possible. Actually playing the shield wall be quite important when it comes to this as well. Trying to really get as much damage coming through to force the front line going back. And Ninja does get the initial pick going forward. Now moving forward after that as well, trying to snowball things. Of course, the resurrection from Rocket Raccoon is something to take into consideration as well after these picks are had at the beginning of the fight, as he does have an opportunity for them to come back in the fray soon.
They're going to be into the fray and ready. Try and seal them away. We'll see. They are going to be able to manage now, and Ninja is down, and perhaps more could follow as well. Good kills coming out from UOM right now, really laying it down. No Yumi has the Galactic available as well, but Ninja trying to get back just as quick. Galactic is activated. They're trying to hunt down one of the enemies. Solo, it would seem. That's interesting. But no Yumi uses it to get back to their team. All right, I mean, it works out in a way. So, I'll take that. Why not?
That ended up working. So, nice job there. Working with the team well. Magneto trying to help out as well with that ultimate coming in. trying to pull down the Star-Lord to get the pressure, and was doing a good job at sort of making sure that the Star-Lord was pressured there, having to retreat in the distance, as well as UOM will be securing this point for the time being. Very easy burst down onto the Strange after the grab. We're going to have a few of the RMI team members try to contest this payload, but they're just delaying the inevitable, trying to draw down the clock so that they have a better opportunity for these incoming pushes from the defense there, and the first point will be secured. So Ultimate's definitely coming online for both of these squads. Key thing is that the resurrection is there for both of the teams too, so both have the opportunity to kind of play very aggressively, sack the fight, and have the resurrection to kind of have a bit of a false sense of security, or kind of bait out an ultimate and have Adam Warlock hide to kind of have that second opportunity as well. So see both of these teams utilize that particular cooldown too, since it's available for both of them.
Yeah, they both need to really see how they play around it, don't they? Amplifier going to be up for a little bit, wiped out pretty much immediately. But speaking of Amplified, no you me, Amplified to take down their counterpart. Won't be able to succeed in that endeavor. This does come through onto Air Ninja and Osaragi, bringing themselves back as well. No you me. Still trying to prod out a little bit of damage there, but they aren't going to be able to find the significant amount of damage they need here. So, have to hold back a while longer. Good kills coming out from RMIT as well. But they're brought all the way back by Frank the Smoke there, so good to have the right cards in the right places here. Speaking of, they bring another back. Akari shuts down the opposing Star-Lord. No you me. They are going to be able to bring themselves back though, so the battle will continue. And they're just trading blow for blow here. Luna bringing out the ult as well. Why not?
In quite a duel indeed, especially across the high ground. And Ninja does provide a little bit of assistance though, however, as well. Especially the Magneto are going to be quite important facilitating that duel, as well with the shield providing a little bit of an unfair advantage. So definitely something to look out for Cyclone and Air Ninja with that particular cooldown, trying to really help with those 1v1 opportunities, and also the ultimates coming in too. So I'm going to be retreating for the time being, giving a little bit of space over. Nice health pack take to give a little bit of an advantage in that duel for the time being. And now, of course, we find ourselves still at the payload, but now being a little bit more aggressive. Emma Frost is in the back line. It might be punished as a result of that. Does end up being grabbed herself. A little bit of reverse Uno card for the time being, but the sports are doing a great job of making sure that no one is immediately picked off.
Here we go, Galactic activated again. Smiles goes down, and maybe more to follow. Ooh, they didn't realize there's an enemy behind them, though. It's a good distraction coming out there. And they are going to be able to get to the point just in the right timing, and not going to be able to get it over the line yet. UOM, RMIT holding strong a while longer. Slam dunk, and it's full of power. And they will be able to wipe them down. And it's looking great. But RMIT are able to break free, finding a few more picks. Oh, the sleep, it's massive! Oh my gosh, they bring themselves back. Holy moly, that's huge.
Oh. Wow, yeah. Nice job there. And every little bit of these cooldowns certainly help here. Really trying to clutch moments. Testing this high ground. Both Star-Lords actually on the opposite sides here. May not realize it. Trying to really hide behind the cover. Going to be used as a source of information. Now trying to engage a 1v1. Looking for a pick, though. Yumi will retreat for the time being. Supports will help out there. Ultimates are available to be used. Air Ninja maybe perhaps looking for an engage, or perhaps maybe just looking to use it defensively. Or no Yumi when that ultimate does come online too. They have options here. What are they going to choose? It has been forced to hand right now from the Emma Frost of UOM, using it to engage for this fight.
Will be able to engage, and they're looking to enrage with the Meteor, but unfortunately doesn't find anything. So now the timing is good for UOM. And that looks like we are potentially on our way through to another point here. Oh my gosh, Racquetz, just when you thought RMIT might be able to bring it back, UOM managed to counter, and bring themselves back on top. RMIT, the pressure is on to stop them within the next minute. Let's see if they can do it or whether it all finishes here.
We've got a massive stagger before on the Star-Lord as well at the beginning of that fight. RE is only just starting to join the fray now, which means that URM got a little bit more extra distance, feeling a little bit less anxious, but still 1 minute left, so definitely a bit of adrenaline pumping for the time being, needing to be consistent. Ultimate available for UOM in that the support can be used to really sack this fight and go aggressive to get a resurrection, maybe looking to hide as well. Of course, IMIT have that privilege, but their Adam Warlock has been eliminated. That's a massive resurrection. Is back online though in case.
They will be taking down Kari there. Miles activating the ultimate as well. Everyone's dropping ults like it's no one's business. The distance between them and potential victory is so scarce. RMIT need to stay alive or they will be down and out. The Galactic comes out again and they are just keeping themselves alive over and over, but not in the end. They find it. The healers are down. Mantis is coming back. OT timer. They need to lock in or they're going to get locked out.
Very, very close indeed, but it looks like UOM have the advantage here. They are getting the eliminations needed. The sleep does come out, trying to cut around and test this one here. But RMIT, they're running out of trips. Nearly had the thing ultimate available to use there, but the cart will reach the end. The wagon will reach the destination, and we will find ourselves on the final map for the series. Both of these teams are tied 1-1. There, congratulations to UOM for striking back, having the mental fortitude to have done it. And this is the second time this has happened. And a lot of these teams are really getting quite close. I mean, both of these teams were next to each other on the leaderboard as well. So this was a very real thing we could have witnessed.
The reality sinks in and we see we've gone to 3. UOM really digging deep there, bringing it up over the line. And very eager to see who will find a victory on our final map this evening. It's going to be a tough one indeed. We've seen the potential, the capabilities of both of these rosters this evening, and they make no exception to really give it their all. Racket. They're doing it for you.
Yeah, it's a massive one indeed. Pushing it to the distance, seeing a wide variety of hero picks. I mean, we've seen quite a decent amount of triple support as well coming into the fray. Interested to see if that's going to be a continuing theme for this third map, or if we're going to be seeing a component of it banned out, which obviously does have kind of like a bit of an echo effect, a domino effect, if you will, in regards to that comp if a particular piece ends up being missed. So see what ends up happening there. And wow, yeah, we have really made it. I mean, that was a very tricky game to call at the end there, because it really did seem like URM was struggling to get through the second point. But once they did end up approaching the third point, they just continued to push forward with confidence and then managed to strike back. And that's the key thing with this series as well, Matsy, that mental fortitude for really performing in those tough moments. But obviously that was a very tough moment, but there will not be a tougher moment than both being in the same amount of points in terms of the standings, and both kind of meeting each other for a tie break for this series as well. So they're literally neck and neck. They're right next to each other for this one. So it could be quite the match.
Absolutely could be quite the match. And we do have our next map coming up before our very eyes. Definitely excited to see who's going to be able to take point on this one. Who will be our ultimate victor? As we've seen both sides of the coin already find a slice of victory, but no one is able to take it away just yet. And this is the time for them to take care of that and find out who is going to be our victor here this evening. We've seen some very diverse compositions come through from both sides all throughout the series so far. And I think this third map is going to be no exception, as we will find exactly the depth of their ambition the depth of their creativity. And I can't wait to see what we have before us.
For sure. And definitely the depth in terms of their pick and ban phase as well, right? At what kind of point do you be like, okay, so I think fairly similar compositions there, obviously with that series, reasonably similar with kind of the styles that were being introduced. Okay, let's try and play a different game. Let's try to mix up the comps and that we're kind of achieving here. So maybe ditch the triple support mantle. Let's try something a little bit different. Maybe we start to see the same thing because it obviously was a close enough game for the folks to say, okay, let's have another run in it. Maybe let's change a slight thing. Let's deviate a little bit of a strategy, and we might end up securing it in the end as well. So it could also be from that angle, and we will start to uncover those angles as we are now into the pick and ban phase.
That's right. We're back into the pick and ban phase and in to see the Psylocke ban. So the account is opened, and who will be banned out in counteraction now? It's gonna be Racquetz. No, it's gonna be a ban to come through on a Vanguard. Nope. Adam Warlock is out. No more reses.
Yeah, so there we go. We were talking about kind of that component of the triple support composition. Adam Warlock, a key aspect of that. And we've been seeing a lot of Star-Lord as well in that retrospect. So that is going to be completely gone off the table. So that has kind of given you a little bit of perspective as to what direction this could potentially go. That interestingly was also done by UOM as well. So that wasn't done by IMIT. So they're wanting to maybe say, okay, let's go for something a little bit different. Maybe we can throw off IMIT a little bit here.
We'd love to see it, and eager to see what will be coming through next. It looks like we're just going to see the Invisible Woman band come through there, and RMIT now looking to ponder on their next option as well. Do we see a Rocket band? So definitely looking to go full circle around that one, Racket. We saw great prevalence from those characters in the last map, and now they're gone.
Yeah, for sure. And this seems to be quite a heavy adaptation from the previous map indeed. Certainly weighing in on the players' opinions and thoughts so far coming into this final match. Really, we're using the recency bias into full effect here. Taking kind of the most recent results into full effect to the draft, obviously, on this final game here. So could definitely see a very different stride for both of these sides here right now, considering these bans coming through, really forcing perhaps different play styles. The Groot has been saved as well, so that is something that has been a little bit of a point of contention throughout tonight, being either the pick and ban phase. Groot has definitely seen some action in that regard, and quite a few of the other Vanguards too as well. Namor, so has been banned a couple, 3 times tonight as well, and the Human Torch. So there we go. It has been all decided. The bans have been locked in. That's it. All done.
All done, locked and loaded, and we will see what else is going to be on the table here for the pick time. It's going to be Hela looking to jump in, and Spider-Man Venom for RMIT, as well as Loki, Everfrost, and potentially Lunar Snow. There we go. And on the UOM side, it's going to be Loki, Magneto, Groot, Wolverine, Hela, and Lunar Snow. I thought we were seeing Cloak and Dagger for a second. I was like, holy moly, we're back. But nope, it's Lunar Snow.
No, we're not seeing the Cloak and Dagger ultimate being used every 4 seconds. It's okay. We don't have to worry about that for the time being.
Bring it back.
And been toned down a little bit. It's sort of like whenever a Cloak and Dagger was in the match, the floor just became lava, I suppose. Or I guess, or if you're with Cloak and Dagger, what's like the opposite of lava that like heals you? Like holy water. I don't know. Don't ask me. Yeah, sure, exactly. Water. Very therapeutic, Matthew. I appreciate it.
I got you, King.
Mm-hmm.
Today we fight as
Let's go there. Let's go. Hype for both of these teams coming into it, especially this first point. Can be one difficult to go through. Trying to maneuver through the terrain as well, trying to alter it to make sure that there are more passages in an attempt to attack as well. I like to see it. Trying to now finally attack on to the high ground, especially trying to dislodge them. Venom is through as well. That's something to take of note. Venom has been banned on a lot of these matches too, so good to see Venom in the game here as well. It'll be very good to go through both of the high grounds here with that enhanced mobility.
Absolutely, they can go through with enhanced mobility and can really showcase their true abilities here. Eager to see what they are going to be able to do. They head through into it now. Make the smoke. Need to push on through. Ooh, will face a bit of trouble. Elk goes down and Pari follows. So UOM finding a lot of attacking potential here. We'll see what they can manage to do now, though, as they look to hold on to the point a while longer. Miles is now gone, and it looks like the rest will follow. Spider-Man trying to make an impact here. They are going to be caught off guard. Another one added to the bone pile. And Venom will be able to get to the point just at the right moment. Stalls it out, but it's all for naught. They take the point, and it's payload phase.
Definitely is, Matsy. And really good stuff from the Groot as well. Doing a great job trying to negate the retake. Very nice positions on the walls. Making sure that there were no opportunities to come through. And of course, slips past through. A lot of mobility, that's kind of expected, but had enough damage to get the job done there in the end. Now they're going to be attempting to push forward here. Have a lot of ultimates on deck if they want to really turn it up a notch. Get a little bit more yardage incoming. Green does miss the snatch and grab though. Did get a fair chunk of damage though. Will force the Lunar ultimate coming in for the time being. Magneto, as a result, comes in for the counter. Up block through.
Oh, here comes the Hela ultimate. Let's see. Taking the two with that one. Ooh, there it is. Are going to be able to push it out around the bend. Oh, wow. My word. Sniping them out like it's target practice. They deliver hell.
Oh. Definitely does. Definitely does. And yeah, I mean, especially in that type of scenario. And in this scenario right here, where she is positioned on the high ground, quite a deadly position to take into consideration. Of course, other Hela trying to contest in that area, trying to assist in dislodging that. Loki is obviously going to be perched up there as well. Going to be very, very useful in containing that spot. In conjunction with Appeal, can get into different positions as well. Not getting the most value out of the Emma Frost ultimate, but for the time being, at least causing a little bit of pressure. The Groot ult, speaking about a big ult, just bundles them all up together like a lovely birthday present. But there is no any eliminations afterwards, unfortunately. But still, a bit of pressure applied once again. But finishing blows is what matters in the end. If they are to try and push through here a little bit more. Oh, look at that shot, though. Damn.
Damn, Racquetz, where'd you find that? Right downtown, and they will be able to find even more Osaragi. Good with the team up there. Does bring back Elk. Ooh. Should find a bit more as well. Looks like we do have Thor coming out of the mix now for UOM, so they've changed it up. Alright, alright. We'll see what Hela's ultimate can do now, though. Trying to shield it out. They will be forced out pretty much immediately, so grand focus coming out from RMIT here. We'll see. They are going to be able to do slam dunk on its way over the top. Not going to be able to do anything. It drops down. Ooh, and they are looking to try and make an impact now. Osaragi goes down, and no Yumi there, so that's going to be pretty good. There's still more that they must do here. Cloak and Dagger certainly making a statement, but here comes Wolverine trying to flank around the back, push him straight in. Kari says hello.
Definitely does say hello with style as well. Wolverine mirror matchup, both of these players trying to make a statement indeed. Who will be the Wolverine to diff? We'll find out quite soon. Going into the back line, getting peeled for though at the end of the day. Other Wolverine doing a great job as well. Of course, you have the Hela from the skies providing a bunch of pressure too. Similar DPS duo lineups in this regard, trying to achieve a similar thing, but Cyclone does swap off to the Mr. Fantastic. So now we're really trying to facilitate the front line, perhaps looking to peel as well. Mr. Fantastic is sort of flexible, no pun intended, with what he wants to achieve in his gameplay. Let's see how that ends up working for them. See if Cyclone can get some good value off that pick.
We'll see if they can find some further value of that one. Kari acting a bit like a sentry there, just holding up above. Yeah, they're having a bit of a face-off, aren't they? And B, you made the first move. But no, they won't be making any moves. Thor almost getting shut down by Hela there. Wants to fall back, wants to go for second innings, and now they will fall. So, everyone getting a slice of the aggression here. And the point remains stagnant. 20 seconds now, and the pressure's on.
And both Lina are procced at the same time. We do have the Emma Frost being used as well in conjunction to try and counter things out afterwards as well. And still, you have both of these teams brawling out onto the point. Both of them, of course, sort of persuaded to group up because of the incoming supporter, but Ultima's trying to now push onto the back line. Thor being slapped around and pushed back, being manhandled. And the pick, the damage does end up coming through, but still the supports have been very, very good at making sure that there were no immediate one-shots afterwards, as well as Thor still in the fray. We're going to retreat for the time being there. Of course, Hela's ultimate still getting a ton of value. Cyclone, quite the stretch. Will now be walking towards the enemy opposition. So close to pushing through to the final payload. Will they make it? It's going to be tough, but the Magneto shield will be so useful in saving Thor here. It's going to be a close one. It's very intense.
Ooh, the intensity raises up a notch again. Hela gonna be able to find a bit of damage, but Kari's the one to be the executioner, finding kill after kill, on for 3. And their teammates deliver it in the end. So they will be able to stall them out long enough to keep it in check. And now the sides are switched, Racquetz. It's time for both teams to have a go at the other side of things.
Definitely a bit of a switcheroo for both of these squads. I mean, they both end up playing similar compositions towards kind of like the middle phase of that. Obviously, a little bit of deviations from both of the squads, but had a similar kind of lineup between a member of the tank squad and a couple of the DPSs swapping over. You know, they're both giving each other mutual respect. Yeah, seeing how both of them can adapt given the situation. So, yeah, good to see, especially I think it's good to see when players kind of have that 1v1 battle when they're both in that kind of mirror matchup, especially the Wolverine with kind of the nature of that character as well. See how both of these teams can do that. So it's time to blow off some steam. It's time to really get into the fray and unleash the full potential, as we are, of course, on the final game of the series. Final game of the night as well. Poetic on both of the teams that are tied on the ladder. 10 seconds left for the response. IMIT on the attack here.
On the attack, are ready to strike back, and we'll see if they are going to be able to do just that. As they hold back a second longer here. Stack up to the point, throwing out the spores there. We'll see. They can manage. Take a bit of control here. Smiles waiting around. Do have walls up, calling them out. RMIT, and still no doubt they jump in. The Spider Squad are jumping all over the back line here, trying to get the attack through. Spider-Man forced to fall off into the health pad there. This does allow their team to push on up.
Definitely does. All these little interactions definitely do count, especially considering the context of that push as well. Not too long, not too far to push, but in saying that, this first point can be a little bit of a quiz to solve. difficult to navigate through, difficult to puncture, a lot of high ground areas to attempt to dislodge the folks that are planted up there so firmly. See what the response is to try and get that ground, get the space required so that they can have their own form of attack via the unique angles that they can possess. So for the time being, they're regrouping though, going across the point to the left side here, maintaining a different type of angle. You still have Hela down main though, firing across the far shots. See if they can get any picks for the time being. Ultimates are available here. See who tries to engage here first.
Undefeatable Mantis ultimate will be coming out there and looking to see if it is going to be enough to push them over the line. Keep this defense amounting to greatness. UOM, the pressure is on, but they are delivering solid defense at the moment, really bolstering their efforts to go for gold here. Ooh, Smiles. Not going to dive into that one, but Akari does not hesitate. Swaggy's down, looking for more as well. Groot now the focal point, pushed all the way back. This is a good catch, but they aren't able to shut them down entirely. Trying to go for another inning perhaps. Hela's ulted now as well. This could be a chance for something more. Izax is down. Lunar Snow goes as well. This is the opportunity for RMIT.
So a lot of damage incoming from the sky though. Hela ultimate still providing a massive amount of damage. Being a vital win condition for a lot of teams tonight. Being an extremely high value cooldown. Difficult to play around as well. Especially with less Doctor Strangers coming around as well. Was a very good tool to kind of ease that ultimate at bay. Wasn't a pure counter, but was at least somewhat of an answer as well. Of course, without relying on a support ultimate. So seeing how this can be taken into full account. Definitely a high value pick indeed. Wolverine carry on the flank here. Looking for someone to get. Looking for someone to steal here. Looking at the opposite high ground. Maybe looking to dislodge. Let's see if that does end up happening. Nope. Tank Troll Brute. Does end up being pushed over. Did have a Magneto bubble though, so declined a little bit of the burst, but also made sure that there wasn't a follow-up after the grid ult. So that was pretty decent timing. It does help with the push moving forward.
Yeah, it does help with the push moving forward, and now they can look to bolster their efforts. What a catch! Straight down the back. They are locked out. Wolverine trying to stay primed up, ready for action. Oh, they've met with a nasty surprise. Hello, Hela. And goodbye to enemies ahead of them. They just fully stack the rage and look to turn to the next page. It's an enemy really trying to take your kill here, but they just can't find it.
Yeah, very close, but electing to regroup, wanting to probably build up that rage meter once again so that they can get as maximum damage as possible for an engage here. Kari has landed some massive Wolverine ults tonight already, but speaking of, that was a massive wall, forcing Kari to move back. Also getting the Wolverine passive in these situations is also a very big power play too. Still has that online just in case though. 1v1 for the Hela is in favor of No Yumi, courtesy of this wonderful position as well on the high ground. Is sacrificing it to get a little bit of aggression right now, but does have the ultimate in case they are in harm's way, just in case, and now they'll find themselves back in that position.
Yeah, back in position, and looking to try and see if they can do a bit more. They will be able to wipe things up there. Still got a couple more pieces they need to unravel, but certainly found a successful endeavor thus far. We'll see if it's going to be more than just tormenting that poor Loki. Good stagger though. They're going to be happy with that aspect. And now they're getting closer and closer to the line here. UOM, one last ditch effort is all they are going to be able to muster.
Very close indeed, right next to it. This is exactly where the melee heroes want to have their way. Yeah, especially the Wolverines. Hela, the ultimate is in quite a high value position themselves as well. Both for the Helas, they're wanting to have a little bit of a battle on the floor. It's like a war zone. You have these Hela bombs dropping from the sky, and they're just doing a massive amount of damage, causing a massive amount of pressure, especially forcing their support ultimates to come out as well. so that the squad can survive here. But still, you have the chaos ensuing onto the point. Massive damage. Kari once again trying to make things happen. That's been a fantastic ultimate to rely on for a lot of these fights. Does not get the executions this time, but did provide a decent chunk of the damage through. And now so close to pushing through at the end of this. This is quite the chaotic battle when it's neck and neck between them, but it looks like UAM might have it.
Oh my gosh, just like that.
Wow.
Oh, the strange portal! It's not over till it's over, Racquetz. They're so back. And we're on for OT. They've managed to get onto the point. Can you believe it? I thought it could have been all over and out just like that, but no, they trickle in. They managed to make it work, and the fight will continue. The Lunar Snow Ultimate keeping them healthy as ever. And they're looking to rip out whatever they can here, Racquetz. The fight never ends.
Definitely doesn't end with all these support ultimates coming through as well. It's definitely a very good way of extending the fight. You have the Star-Lord in the skies trying to clean up if need be, but the lamp of the Loki providing so much utility. Everard camped up on top of it, and that was a way to teleport yourself into a win. Congratulations, IMIT. Fantastic timing with a comeback there. I mean, if that isn't as close as it gets, I don't know what is. Both of these teams down to the wire there, and there we go. That was intense, very intense. Ethan Winters does get the MVP there. Definitely doing a great job on the support, and that was on the Cloak and Dagger as well. So, you know, Ethan Winters, of course, very familiar with how to use a dagger in that regard. So being very proficient in what they know, but great overall performance from both of these squads as they brought us a blockbuster way to end the night. And that will maneuver the standings a little bit as well, considering they're both tied up.
Absolutely, and it's definitely going to make a grand impact on the standings and a grand impact on the season as a whole here, Racquetz. So definitely excited to see what that looks like once we get later on into the broadcast, and definitely excited for what's to come from all these teams. You know, that was a real nail biter. I thought maybe UOM might be able to sweep it under the rug then and there, but then they managed to just take complete control, and it was quite something.
Certainly was. Certainly was. That was a very entertaining series indeed, mate. And yeah, happy to you know, get into the weeds of things to kind of, you know, explain kind of what happened there as well, of course. But yeah, definitely an entertaining one. And yeah, we've had a lot of really close matches before.
And definitely eager to get into the next side of things as well, Mr. Racquetz, as we are going to be hearing from one of our victors. It's going to be Smiles.
Hello, hello, hello.
Welcome
How you
back.
guys doing? Thank you. Thank you.
Great. And hope you're
thank you.
doing great as well, mate. What a nail biter of a match there. And I just got to ask, like, straight into it. Oh, look, you got support in
my
the
roommate's
background as
got-
well. Yeah, love to see.
Got the
There you
support from
go.
the roommate.
Yep, we love it. But nah, I guess heading into that last battle there, like what was the mindset going into that last second strange portal? What were the vibes?
Oh, it was tense, man. That was a really clutch play. We were like, it was close. We had one ult coming up. It was our support ult. We called that we needed to get that as soon as possible. They were able to get it off in time. Then we're able to get our second support ult off just after that in order to keep the round. And the momentum started shifting as the fight like went on. As Emma was able to get to 100 charge, and I took out both supports very late into it. And then the reverse steamroll kind of happened at the very end, clutching the round. Thank God.
Yeah. Oh, that was incredibly you know, clutch overall. I mean, throughout the whole series, right? Because it was so kind of like back and forth between the whole thing. Obviously, it going kind of the distance there to the very end of the strange portal. How do you guys kind of like brace yourselves and like recoup and sort of like approach these situations? Because you guys had like several moments in the series where it was like high intense, like high octane pressure moments.
Yeah, well, we actually do scrim a fair bit, so we've got quite a nice team chemistry going, and as such, we've had these tense moments in practice. We have a good line of communication. We have plans what we want to do in these certain situations, and we can draw from that experience to kind of shift our playstyle to the current situation. We used some of that experience tonight with our pivot from it into the Wolf mag against their Groot, because normally Groot is something we'd struggle against in the past, but now having a proper Wolf player, we actually found success into it. That was quite nice. And then, yeah.
I'd love to hear about it, and very keen to see, I suppose, more success from Wolverine heading into future weeks there, because I know some teams are a bit more hesitant to bring that one out. So it's great that you found, I suppose, your niche in that sense.
He's just a good answer to Groot, because Groot's place in the meta is still quite prominent, and when he's banned, Wolf doesn't. He's not that effective, but with him in play, the Wolf is definitely the right answer to that.
That's great. And yeah, I suppose, how do you feel about Emma Frost into the meta?
Oh, me personally, I think she feels great. I tried my hardest before this round of AEL to get the Lord off so that I could display the Lord portrait in the AEL matches, and I realized today that you can't see it. All that work for nothing, but I've been playing her non-stop in ranked, and she feels really strong at the moment, so I've been really enjoying it.
Nice. That's good to hear. I mean, we've seen a few like Emma Frosts come through as well, and looks like everyone's having a nice and dandy time. But speaking of, in regards to the match, you two were tied on the leaderboards coming into this as well.
Yes.
How like confident were you coming into this match? Or did you kind of think it was going to be a close one from the start, or?
We were a little concerned, but we have scrimmed them in the past and found a lot of success against them. And it was in that we kind of knew what kind of bands we wanted to and gave us a bit of confidence. There's always that little bit of nerves being tied for fourth there. So yeah, but I think our past scrims is what kind of like helped us through that.
No, that's great to see, and definitely, yeah, keen to see more, like I said before. But once again, Smiles, a big congratulations to you and your team for putting on one hell of a show. We always love
Thank
to
you.
see
Thank you.
series that go the distance, and yeah, excited for what's next, man. It's going to be great.
As am I. Look forward to seeing you guys again, eh?
Oh, you
Take
know
care
it.
of yourself, man.
You keep it up.
Cheers.
There you go. That's going to be that racket. Great to get interviews through, as always. Always good to see the players hear some of what they're thinking about, how they're feeling. All good as we zoom through. But speaking of zooming through, let's zoom our way through to our results. How did the evening go?
Yes, those are the results incoming. Swinburne ended up beating Swinburne lost against UTS, of course, 0-2 there. UNSW ended up taking out 2-1. Macquarie University ended up faltering to Monash. And UOM ended up faltering up against RMIT. RMIT, of course, the most recent game that we ended up seeing there as well. But overall, it was a massively eventful night. A few close games there indeed, and it was jam-packed of action, Matsy.
Yeah, jam-packed all the way through Racket. A great evening indeed, and we saw all the teams really give it their all. So definitely solid stuff. But let's see what these matches turned into standings-wise. As you can see, Monash on top, UTS close behind. And that's going to be the spectacle we've all been waiting for. But what else have we been waiting for? It's who's third place? UNSW managed to come out on top this time and will be locking in third. RMIT close behind in fourth place there. Tied up for fifth. It's Macquarie and UOM desperately trying to climb ahead and see if they can battle it out to get into the top four. And who's below? It's QUT and Swinburne. QUT certainly gave it their all tonight, managed to get their first map victory. And I thought it could have been a series as well, but it just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah. It was extremely eventful overall, Matsy. I think we were very lucky for these matches tonight. And as we can see, it definitely impacted the standings there. And they were really important and pivotal to kind of set that narrative for the matches coming forward to the season there too. So it was a great myriad of matches.
Absolutely. Great myriad of matches and great time to talk about our sponsors. So, first and foremost, I want to say a big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. But we also want to give a big shout out to Indomie, the noodle partner. Made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices, a plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. So big shout out to our sponsors as always, and make sure you check them out. They have great stuff, we know. And you know what else you want to check out? It's AU Esports League. Make sure you check out AU Esports League on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, X, all of it. Check it out because we got more action right around the corner. We've got Rocket League tomorrow. We've got CS2 tomorrow. We've got it all. And definitely eager to see how it all goes down. And Racquet, how are you feeling?
Yes, it was good. Very fun night of matches. Indeed, pleasure to watch them all, of course, be with you, Matsy. Pleasure to the players, of course, for giving insightful interviews, entertainment all around. And yeah, just happy all around, mate. Big thumbs up from me, big smile. And yeah, you folks take care of yourselves.
And same to you, Racquetz. Thank you for everything you've done there. Killing it as always. And keen to see you in the next one. But thank you all so much for tuning in tonight. It's been a pleasure as always. Great games and more to come. Tune in again, same time next week for Marvel Rivals.